Okay. Morning, everybody. It's nice to see all of you guys here. It's an honor for me to be here today and welcome all of you to the event. We're running a few minutes late, but I think it's going to be well worth it. I'd like to thank all of you for coming. It's great to see all of the familiar faces around here. For everybody out there on the live stream, I hope you're going to enjoy today's presentation, and I hope that we can make a massive difference in your business and everything that you guys are doing. All right, so just to give you guys just the lay of the land of how things are going to work. It's going to be a 2-day workshop. Unfortunately, only today is going to be the one that's broadcast. There will be agenda given out at the end of the day today for what's going to happen tomorrow. But for today, it's just going to be a straightforward masterclass event. We will be handling questions from everybody. There's no such thing as a stupid or dumb question. Please understand that we're here to help you and help you guys improve in any which way that you can. So, I want it to be interactive. I want you guys to take part, and let's just take it easy and get things going. All right, so who's all here from Joburg? It's great to have an excuse to come to Cape Town for a holiday. I see we still have some seats here in the back if any of you guys want to join. Really, guys, be open to take part. That's all I can ask. All right. I think they're still miking you up, sir.
That 911 outside, is that you?
Huh?
Is that 911 outside, is that you?
Yeah. We'll talk about cars today as well, eh?
It's an expensive VW.
It's what it is the nicest VW Beetle, though. All right, so guys, I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Temakwa quite a lot. We actually met through our joint love of cars, actually. And we were fortunate enough to have him to host a few events with us. So it's with...
Hey, bro.
How are you doing, buddy? It's my great honor to have him here as a surprise for you guys. I told you there's going to be a great surprise. I brought him on today. The questions can be directed at him, directed at me, whichever way you will. I'll cover mostly industry, and he'll cover business in general.
Sorry, I had to interrupt. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Why do you even have a Beetle? Let's just start there.
Oh, just had to, man.
Why'd you get... No, I'm saying...
Pressure.
I always thought you were like you always struck me as like a man with class, you know. Like you'd get a car that actually has an engine at the front. It's basics of engineering.
Yeah, that's how it works, eh?
How does she drive? Good?
It's okay.
Nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong.
No, nothing wrong. Hey, hello, everybody.
Oh.
I mean, I quibble about this car thing because I think just, the ability to do, I was chatting to somebody in my team yesterday, I was like, if you are in business in South Africa today and you're profitable and you're cash flow positive, man, you're just so lucky. I spent some time yesterday because we're, and I'll share this with you guys privately. There's a particular transaction we're trying to do, and these guys are, one of the largest businesses in kind of the hardware space in South Africa. And so yesterday I got to spend some time with them, and we're just talking about like business for them and how business is going and what they're seeing. And it's unbelievable. It's either you're having an amazing time or it's cuck. It's almost like the middle is gone. And I'm old enough to remember a time when all of us, whatever business you were in, all you really wanted was just to be, what I call the DA, just somewhere in the middle. Like, you're not leading. A couple of DA guys at the back are like, oh, that's not funny. But like, you're not leading and you're not trailing. You're just somewhere in the middle. But I'm finding at the moment, you're either really, really crushing it, as the Americans say, or it's just crushing you. And what some of the guys were saying yesterday, and I'm keen to get your thoughts on this, Heine. So they were talking about their businesses and maybe just to give it context, so these are hardware, obviously for reasons of non-disclosure, I can't say who they are. But these are hardware businesses. There's a corporate structure that owns the brand, that does a lot of the marketing, does a lot of the supply chain stuff, and then they sell into the guys who operate the retail businesses, who are predominantly but not exclusively franchised. About 200 outlets across the country, so not small, not small. And they were sharing with me what they're seeing happen in the market and how many of the informal traders, particularly who are non-South Africans, who've opened up and are just completely decimating their market, right? And one of the things I thought was interesting is that one of the guys said to me, he said, you know, Vusi, what's funny is when these guys first started about 10, 12 years ago, we were supplying them. He said, now, he says, listen to this. He says, not only now are we not supplying them, they're selling retail cheaper than I buy wholesale from my supplier.
Yeah, it's in our industry as well. You can see that happening all over.
How does that work? No, really, like you got to help me understand that. How does that actually work? Because the economics of it, for me, you know, a simple black guy with a tan jacket, it just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. But there's just, I mean, we see a lot of like really subpar, substandard product coming into the market. I mean, I'm talking out of a wholesale distribution business.
Sure.
Where you have to compete with non-complying. I mean, there's so many hoops that people have to jump through today before. I mean, we as a big company have to do proper due diligence.
Exactly.
Before we can deal with any Chinese company. You know, we have to make sure the ESG is in place, no slave labor, none of those. And South Africa has become a dumping ground. I mean, we actually were at a seminar the other day where we spoke about fire safety. And one of the people they actually spoke to a Chinese manufacturer and said, so how do you make sure that the quality control is in place, you know, about the products that you guys are
100%.
making? Yeah. And the answer was simple. They say, well, we do have quality control, but everything that fails just comes to Africa.
No. He didn't say that, did he?
So because there's just, the regulation is there, but it's just not being properly policed.
100%.
So it's just, you know, when you run a responsible business, you have to make sure that you can make sure that safety is out there. You don't want to have the liability of that at the end of the day.
100%.
But, you know, there's a lot of guys that can just skip those lines. And that just makes it so much more difficult.
And obviously one of the problems for you guys, I imagine, you'd have to tell me from the ground, but I imagine one of the problems, it certainly was with this particular business that I'm talking about, is, I remember, you know, David, the CEO, said to me yesterday, he was like, Vusi, you got to remember, a hammer is a hammer is a hammer. I run a hardware business. At the end of the day, customers coming in for paint. Paint is paint is paint, right? Nobody's ever walked into your house and gone, oh, this is so luxurious. Like, what color's the wall?
It has to be Dulux.
Yeah, it has to be Dulux, yeah. Or like Jax or something.
Yeah.
And like, what color's the wall? White,
Yeah.
you know. Certainly for me, gents, I imagine it's not just me. We just moved into a new house. You're going to love this. This is why when we had the conversation about us putting in, I was like, let's pause it. So we just moved into a new house, and my missus is redecorating. Pray for me. So the first thing, I think this house is gorgeous. You know, it's got this like 1600s Tuscan style of design. You know, beautiful balconies on the outside, pillars inside the house. You know, I think absolutely gorgeous. Like it's got this like Italian Tuscan feel to it. What's the first thing she does when she moves in? She decides to change the color of paint. And I'm like, but comrade, the cost of the paint was baked into the price. It's like, what?
It was already in there.
And this is a true story. Then she goes to first she sent me and the fellow who was helping us in the house to get the paint color. And the guy who's helping us in the house, his name is Fana. He looks at me and he says, you know, you really just should have let her come. And I was like, I told her she should come. He says, because whatever color you choose, it's going to be wrong. So we arrive at the hardware store. We went to the Leroy. We arrive at the hardware store. And it's a true story. Have you guys seen that sign? They've got a sign there that says, dear men, before you pick a color, please make sure your wife approves it. I didn't know this, but apparently it's a whole thing where like guys come in, buy something, then go home, having spent all this money, and the missus is like, yeah, that's the wrong tone of white. I've now learned this the hard way. So anyway, I come back and I'm like, listen, I'm struggling with this painting. You go do it. And she comes back, and she's got 3 different, like, small little things with samples. Listen, I am this. You know you've made it as a black person when you're sampling shit. So There's now walls all over the house with like 3 different dashes of white, and you've got to pick the dash. And I'm like, it's just white. It's like, well, this one's got a little bit of blue in it. This one's got. So anyway, the point I make is there is kind of the consumer who's like me. It's an inverter. Power goes off, power comes on. Like, and you're like, well, this one's better, this one's not, these are the safety requirements. And so I'm chatting again yesterday, I go back to the story to David, and we're having this exact conversation. And one of the things he was saying to me, which I thought was interesting, he says what they're trying to do is to educate the consumer so that the consumer can make better choices. He says, but Vusi, what we're realizing is there's actually a lag between what people know and what people choose to do. So you educate them, and it doesn't immediately translate into how consumers behave, especially when you look at the data of what's happening with consumers in South Africa. And I don't know if you've seen Heine, but I looked at the latest stats from Stats SA around what's happening, particularly in the retail space. And as I said, up here,
Up there,
down
down
here, nothing in the middle. This middle part, that middle consumer is just in so much trouble. And most of them are buying down. And so, for me, I suppose for a business like yourself, the fundamental question is, how do you compete on quality in a price-sensitive market?
Well, you see, the thing is people won't spend big money on small problems. So it's about the journey at the end of the day. So let's take this industry for argument's sake. Small problem, electricity prices are high. So how do you get the customer to spend big money on the small problem? So you have to understand that you know how big that problem will get, and you know that if he installs the wrong problem, he can maybe burn his house down. But you have to meet him where he is.
Sure.
And I think that's one of the biggest problems that we have in this industry, because you guys are all educated. You've all seen the problems. You know everything. Now, he's over there, still sitting with the small problem about high electricity prices, and all he wants to solve is that. So for him, inverter is an inverter, panel is a panel, battery is a battery.
Yeah.
But for you, you've already seen that panel, that battery, that inverter that he's working with is definitely going to cause him problems. But you've already known that, but you've been on the journey. You are here. So you have to, first of all, meet him where he is. And then you have to bring him along the journey.
Yeah.
So there's this old poem about the nail and the horse and the rider and the kingdom that was lost at the end of the day. And all because of the price of a horseshoe nail. So the whole thing is they start there.
So
and
what
the
is
prices,
this about horses?
So there's this
Must be like a cultural thing.
There's this old poem that says that there was a need of a nail
Right.
for a horseshoe.
Right.
And because of the need of a horseshoe, or because of the, I was just trying to figure out how it goes on, but because of the horseshoe, there was no horse to ride. And because the rider couldn't ride the horse, he couldn't get to the battle. Because of the battle, they couldn't win the battle, and at the end of the day, they lost the kingdom.
All because of the nail.
All because of the nail, because of the price of the horseshoe nail.
Sure.
So the idea is he is still stuck there. And he needs to come along the journey to understand that the kingdom can get lost. So what you have to do is you have to bring the customer along this journey. And show them exactly where it can go wrong and take them step by step, because in this industry, you are holding the crystal ball because you've had the experiences. But they do not have the crystal ball. You are the one with the crystal ball. But just telling them and being arrogant about it is not going to get them there. So what you have to do is you have to bring them along the journey and slowly but surely, step by step, take them there to get them finally to the destination where they can make the choice and the right choice at the end of the day.
I mean, this is, great intimacy advice as well. Slowly but surely, step by step. I've always been a bit of a 2-minute man myself.
Can't be.
Well, you get size or you either get capacity or distance. You can't get both.
We do have some capacity drinkers here as well.
Oh, I've heard all about it.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to ask you, I mean, I hear what you're saying. So just make that practical for me, like slowly but surely. So give me like an example. And I just ask just because I'm curious. Right? Like just make that practical for me. What would the, take them by the kind of hold their hand through it look like?
Okay, so they start off with the the problem is the electricity price is high, and I'm looking to make an investment into solar. So what is the first thing they do? First thing, online. So you must understand 90% of your interaction with the customer, you should actually visualize him holding his phone, because that's where everybody does everything. So they go online, and then they go search solar inverter or whatever. By the time they end up with you, you already are offering the premium product. Now, the moment you go sit down in front of them, you present the quote, and they go, "Oh, I can get it cheaper." That's the whole thing. It's just how everybody does it. But you have to be able to get them to the value to understand why there is value in what you are offering. So I've always been an advocate about sending out a quote. I think if you guys can maybe just pull it up here, I've actually got an example. Just pull, that one. Just pull that up for me. Okay, just full screen up there. And there we go. So if we can just make it a little bit bigger. So here's like a 3-page quote that gets sent out to the customer. So what you're doing is you're just listing all of the equipment. I think, guys, can you just scroll down a bit there? So listing all of the equipment that you'll be installing and adding each individual line item prices. Just scroll down there for us. So you're scrolling down, just go, it's like 3 pages, right? See if I can do it here. No, I can't. There we go. So here's, you're doing it. So here it is, labor, COC, fuel, panels, everything. You get to a total of 273,000 Rand. What you are inviting here is price comparison. Because what he's going to do is he's going to look at it and he says, "Oh, inverter's cheaper, yeah. It goes, "Okay, I'll buy all of this myself because I can get it cheaper. You just bring all of that." Or at the end of the day, he's going to say he's got something cheaper from somebody else. Where what I've done, and I've just basically, if you can pull up that presentation, I've basically taken this exact quote. And if we just full screen that for me. So this is with the limited PowerPoint skills that I have. Can you full screen that for me? So with the limited PowerPoint skills that I have. So just a solar proposal with 3D rendering from Google Maps. So if you go next slide.
Hit the slideshow.
Slideshow.
There you go. Cheers.
Okay. Can we go, next slide. All right, so just a specification of what I'm offering. So offering 8.9 kilowatts PV capacity, AC output capacity, battery capacity, and the layout of what it would look like on the building. Just equipment specifications, so leaning more in towards 12-year product efficiency, 25-year linear output warranty, efficiencies, tier 1, what panel mounting kit you're using, what inverter brand you'd be using with the warranties, the efficiencies, everything that they've got inside there. Product descriptions on the AC side, just included but not limited to. DC equipment that you're offering. Labor, so solar installation installed by 3 solar technicians over 2 days. Installed by 1 IE, 1 electrician and 1 laborer over 2 days. COC's electrical certificate of compliance, PRN approval and sign-off as per regulation, transport and logistics to site.
So before you continue, what's an IE?
Installation electrician.
Gotcha.
So here is basically the average hourly consumption on weekdays of the customer himself, the weekend consumption. So here you're giving him forecast. So solar consumed would be 52%, 28% would be solar stored, 20% would be solar unused or exported if you were allowed to export at that stage. There's your consumption sources, of which 47 would come from solar, 26 from battery, and 27% from the grid. So here you give him a weekly forecast summary of how it would look like. I mean, and this is all done by software that is available to all of you guys. So it's a very easy thing to do. Winter system performance, so you can see that the summer and the winter looks different so that they can understand their expectations, you know, because you have to manage the expectations of the customer. So your electricity bill pre-solar, 6,200, your electricity post-solar, 1,600.
Sure,
so
this
you
is
can
good,
literally just show them the value that you are adding. And then the nice thing is what we've done here is the pricing. So we still get to the same 273,000. But you understand that the PV equipment has got a price, the AC equipment's got a price, DC equipment's got a price, and the labor's got a price. You know what the difference is between this and the previous one? The previous one, the labor, was only 12,000 Rand. Now the labor is 50,000 Rand. Why? Because we are communicating what we are sending to site. 3 people over 2 days, plus an installation qualified person, plus an engineer to sign off. So they can immediately see that there's value in that. Where guys like to say, oh, okay, I'll be cheap on the labor, because in this country, everybody feels that if you learn for something, I shouldn't be able to charge for it. I should do it for free, but let's just load the product. But the product is the one thing that he can find online that he can compare prices on and say that he can get it cheaper.
Good point.
But here, the product is actually cheaper. So when he takes the other proposal quotes and he adds all the equipment together, you'll see, oh, hang on a second, you're actually cheaper on the PV equipment. But this communicates value, where the other just communicates, and it's an open invite for price. This, you sit around a cup of coffee with your customer in front of him, taking him through the journey and showing him what you will be providing him. The first example is just, let's fire out 100 quotes, place it out in front of the customer, and then he looks at it and goes, okay, one side. So I always like to make this analogy about fishing. You know, I don't know if there's anybody that does like fishing, but when you go to, and I'm talking inland, you go to the dam and you go fish, do you literally go out there and find the spot with the most people, go pitch your stand right in the middle of them, and then cast where everybody is sitting, or do you go find yourself a nice quiet spot? The idea is why are you casting the bait out in between all the clutter? Why don't you go out and one space separately, you and the fish, having a meeting about when he's going to take the bite? That's the idea. So you and the customer sitting there. Selling is not quotes and processing. It's definitely not that.
Sure.
Selling is an experience, it's a journey, and you must understand that you are here. Your customer is still here. You need to bring him along with it, and it takes time. I mean,
I will say, I mean, having shown that itemized bill, my team will tell you across any of our businesses, we strongly dissuade itemized billing. And the way I always explain it to my team is, do you remember when I don't know if any of you still do, but there was a time when you'd have a cell phone contract, and the cell phone company would send you the statement, but they would send you the printed statement. Do you remember those days?
Yeah.
You get it in like the post or something. What's the first thing you did? You opened it and you start highlighting all the numbers you called.
Yeah, the high numbers.
And the most expensive ones. It's been my experience that the minute you sell anything where there's high competition, itemizing a bill is an invitation to get kicked. Because you either have one of two consumers, the one who's price sensitive or the one who's a knowledge expert. The knowledge expert, the minute you itemize the bill, is going to look at every single thing you're doing and want to argue with you about, is it the best thing to do? The price sensitive one is going to look and go, where can I, to your exact point, find this cheap? And actually, all that we've seen happen in some of our businesses is they will take our itemized bill and say, somebody came, and so kind of the way it works. Yeah, well, so in fact, what they'll do is the following. In our game, they'll give you the opportunity to come and scope the problem. Imagine it's similar for you guys. So they'll say, come and scope the problem, and then present to us what you think it would cost to fix the problem. They're using me to do their DD. Then I go do the DD. Now I come in with an itemized bill. What do you think they do? They take my itemized bill, they go to the market, say, here's my problem, scoped. Here's the price I'm not willing to pay. Who's willing to come in cheaper? Suddenly, I'm competing on price on work that I've already pre-done. We don't do itemized. We completely dissuade it. And if a customer insists on an itemized bill,
walk away.
Either walk away or and this is an important trick, it's what they call, I'm sure you would have experienced this, It's what they call it at Porsche and Joburg, the Chris Fisher trick. There's a guy who used to be a salesperson at Porsche and Joburg. His name was Chris Fisher. I know him because he sold me a few of the Beetles. But Chris Fisher had this rule when he was working at Porsche. He only worked in the pre-used Porsche side, which is a lot more price competitive, right? Because you're not ordering the thing from the thing, choosing a color, the stitching. You bought something that somebody's already bought. And typically what you're trying to do is you get into the best Porsche at the lowest price. That's really kind of where you're at. But Chris Fisher had this rule. And the rule was he never ever sold to a customer who wasn't on premise. Guys used to fly into Joburg. Because Chris was like, well, I've got a GT3, but I can't come and see it. Because what he understood was the minute the customer's on premise, feet on the ground, looking at the white of your eyes, sitting behind the leather seat, behind the steering wheel on that leather seat, smelling that whiff of new leather, the conversation becomes about value and psychology, not price.
Yeah.
So now it's no longer just a GT3. It's the fact that I bought it from Porsche. Sure, Toby's going to charge me 25%, premium
Toby
to what I
tax.
would buy. Yeah, the Toby tax. 25% premium to what I'd buy it for in the market. But because I'm buying it from an authorized dealer on the floor, the experience is just different. And I think certainly we see it in our business. I think a lot of us make this mistake. And so what used to happen for us, and if I'm preaching here, let me know. Please feel free to say amen. But what used to happen in our business is, so my sales guys come and they're reporting every Monday, and their prospects are this big. And it's such a nice number.
Yeah.
Then I go, but your numbers are so nice. Why am I broke? There's a difference. There's a difference between like all of these quotes I see you issuing and money in the bank. Something isn't translating. And what I realized was we were incentivizing our salespeople to issue quotes. Because every Monday when they come into the Monday morning meeting and all of us are sitting, we're going to have a target. And the best way to convince me why you're not on target is to convince me you're working on it.
Yeah.
So you come in and go, listen, I know I'm only 20% of target this month, but let me tell you,
Show
I've
you
got
my
these
pipeline.
5 unbelievable prospects. Look at my pipeline. Yeah, sounds great. But how do you move closer from having this unbelievable pipeline to actually banking the deal? And our experience has been, if all your sales guys are doing is sitting there thumping, picking stuff up on the system, putting it on a number, sending it out, I guarantee you become a very efficient price-setting mechanism for the market.
Vusi, so just on this basis, if we look at this, the last slide is actually where you make it. Now, you're not in the solar industry,
No, sir.
but you're in finance.
Yeah,
So here it is.
sure,
So ROI is in 4 years.
sure.
So translated into
Yeah,
percentages,
4 years it pays itself back.
25% ROI. Where can you bank that except in a business?
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is what it is, because you're sitting with a 20-year lifespan. So what you should be focusing on is, say, it's 273,000 now. 20 years from now, it's 2 million in your bank account with no escalations.
Sure.
Yeah, you understand, and this is where this whole thing comes in, because you are basically making the commitment today to buy all of your electricity at a set price
Sure.
for the next 10 to
years.
20 years.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
So, I mean, we are in an amazing industry where we're actually working with a product that's better for the environment. It's a financial instrument that returns way better than anybody can invest their savings anywhere else. And yet we still find that people are struggling to convert the pipelines. And also because we are competing on price and the cheaper thing, you're not taking the customer on the journey. I mean, we've listened to, I'm actually reading a book at the moment, and it talks about the 7-11-4 principle. Don't know if you heard about it.
No.
So about how relationships work. So all relationships start out on this same rule of 7-11-4. So before you actually, human beings are getting into a place where they establish a relationship with people, it takes 7 hours, 11 interactions, 7-Eleven 4 and 4 places. It's 4 places. That's what it takes. So if you have not spent 7 hours with your customer, 11 interactions, and 4 places, there's no relationship yet.
Sure.
And think about it in any situation. I mean, you can talk about any celebrity. I mean, the ladies, maybe Brad Pitt. You feel that you've got an emotional connection with him. You do. Why? Have you actually seen more than 7 hours of his movies? Yes, you have.
Probably, yeah.
Have you seen more than 11 interactions with his social media, magazines, wherever? Yes, you have. 4 places, of course, movies, YouTube, everywhere that you've seen him. The thing is, does he have a relationship with you? No, because he hasn't had 7 hours with you. He hasn't had 11 interactions. And he hasn't seen you in 4 places. And you can think about anybody in your life that you actually have a relationship with. If you have not gotten into 7-Eleven 4, there's no relationship. So the idea is that in various ways, so content, social media content about your business, things like that. If your customer is spending hours looking through it, you've already achieved some of the hours. Once you start engaging with him, once you've reached the 11 interactions, you are actually there where he is much closer to closing with you. You have a cup of coffee with him, go to his site, go see all of these things. Once you've had those 4 places, you are actually in a relationship where it's not about price anymore. It's about what you can do for me. And you must understand that the 7 hours that you've got here, if somebody wants to do a solar installation, they're going to start doing research. If they've already done 6 hours of research on the topic, they are already close to the 7-hour mark where they understand that this is not I think I want to do it, it's I know I want to do it. So in the beginning, they think, oh, maybe I should get solar. After they've done research and they spend 7 hours on it, they know they want it. You just need to close 11 interactions and at least have yourself visible in 4 places to him, and he'll feel natural attraction towards going with you.
That's really good. What book is this?
It's called Oversubscribed by Daniel Goldsuck.
Really good. That's really, really good. You had a question, sir. You had your hand up.
You spoke about the quotes being, the detail. But as a quote showed in the beginning, it does show quite a lot of detail. I think that there might be something that I would disagree on that point of yours in our industry to not put detail is because that's what people look at,
Sure.
So, that's just a variable. What
I think there's a big difference. Is detail is one thing.
Yes.
Itemized pricing is a problem.
100%.
I mean, all I'm saying is, listen, you're going to get into a fight. Here's, like we have this expression in the firm, nobody wins a world championship heavyweight in boxing without taking a few punches. You're going to take some hits. You're going to put some business out. You're not going to get it. You're going to lose some customers. You're going to find a few things in litigation. It's the nature of the game. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not offering my chin for Mike Tyson's left hook. I'm not doing that. And so, to the extent possible, I'm trying to evade all the places where I might have a weak spot. Especially, listen, I think it also depends on the game you play. But I don't play the cost leadership game because it's a race to zero. Then I'm cheap, then you are cheap, then you are cheap, then I don't play the cost leadership game. So, to the extent possible, I try to get that out of the way in all the interactions as fast as possible. When we train our salespeople, we have like an entire module of how not to talk cost. And we try to the extent possible, especially when they're first interacting with a client, we say to them, don't sell, don't price, just query. Query everything. So for us it would be queries in our business are stuff like, why now? What have you tried before? What's worked, what hasn't? What are the rumors, myths that you've heard that maybe I want to be aware of? Who do you think, by the way, you're talking to me, who else are you talking to? I'm always fascinated how people don't ask that question. It's like such a basic question. When I was younger growing up in Benoni, you ask a girl out, the first thing you want to know is who else is asking her out. You know, because if Greg Vaughan had bigger biceps than me, which he did, you know, I had bigger quads than him. You know, so I'm trying to get her to look at my quads and not Greg's biceps. You know, and it's so understanding who I'm competing with just changes the game. But what we've learned over and over and over again is you go in on price, sooner or later you're going to lose because somebody will always be cheaper than you. If you over-explain all too soon before you've built a level of intimacy, you know the first thing I saw when you showed that quote? I'm not a technical guy. I was like, what is this? So the first thing I looked at was number of units, unit price, total cost. I had no idea PV, SV, SUV is the same thing to me, right? I'm just,
It
you
is.
see what I'm saying? And then I was like, okay, so what's the bottom line? And I can guarantee you this. Heine is, you know, my mate. If I got this from you, I'm taking it and I'm sending it to a few mates going, I just got this quote. Can you give me a comparative? That's it. Because I'm also getting a quote and we've not built a relationship. And you've gone technical on something I don't know. And then a last note on this. So in the car dealership business, when they train salespeople, they tell them one of the ways you know a customer's not going to buy is if they start kicking the tire. Did you know that? Customers that kick tires don't buy. The kicking the tire is the nervous energy of a customer who doesn't know what question to ask. So they pretend to be interested. Like, yeah, this is a nice car. They don't know to ask, you know, tell me about the maintenance plan, what engine is it, what capacity, what price are you selling it for, has it had any issues in the past? And so typically what happens the minute we sell something technical, most customers won't allow themselves to look stupid. They'll pretend they understand exactly what you've just said. Then they'll just use it to get a better price somewhere else, sign.
Go elsewhere, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, so you showed that last graph, which I think is really good, right? Because now you're showing a 20-year life cycle. Because what you're really trying to do is to get the customer to take 20-year decisions at a moment in time. But he's not going to take 20-year decisions at a moment in time. In his mind, he's going, okay, 295, 275. Let me see if I can get somebody to give it to me for 250. He thinks he's saving 20,000. He doesn't know the lifetime cost of this thing. So, you know, placing things in context, we found. I think it works differently in different businesses, but we found just placing things in context changes the game. Listen, I'm drinking a coffee. It's a good coffee, by the way. I don't know what coffee this is. I'm a big coffee guy, right? Huge coffee guy. But I'm a coffee guy. So my team will tell you, if you serve me cuck coffee, I'm going to know. They just put it on the desk and it just as the aroma hits, right? If I get a headache at the back of my head, it's definitely Rick Coffee. Right? Like, if I lose my appetite, it's Jacobs, you know, or something like this. But I'm a coffee guy. I'll travel different parts of the world. I'll be in Rwanda and go, let me sample their coffee, and I'll compare that grain to like a different grain of coffee from like Italy or something like that. It's just who I am. It's what I do. But the minute I buy my Nespressos, even the different flavors of the Nespressos, I know. I'm a coffee guy. My missus just plugs the kettle
On.
Say, babe, can I have coffee? This is what she
Rick
did.
Coffee.
No, she did worse than this. Just pray for me, guys. So I, for the kids, have the Jacobs coffee. Because you know the espressos are in those little capsules. I have the Jacobs in this like glass mug, glass cup thing in the kitchen. And the Jacobs is set. So she goes, my missus is, how do I say this? What you might call fiscally responsible. She doesn't spend fuck all. Like nothing, just doesn't spend money, right? Except on decor. She'll go to town on curtains, and I'm like, look, man, just close them. You know. Anyway, so she doesn't spend. So she goes. So she and I shop differently. Like I'll go shopping at a Woolies or something like this. She will definitely go to the Checkers shop, right? Definitely. And then she's going to walk around that coffee aisle looking for the lowest price. I don't know what she bought. I don't know. But she bought something which looks like coffee, I'm sure. And then she brought it home and opened up the Jacobs half, put the other thing in it, and mixed this whole story. So I took a sticker. I wrote in front of the sticker, GNU coffee.
GNU coffee.
Yeah, I call this is GNU coffee, definitely, because I don't know what it is.
Government of National Unity.
100%, I don't know
You
what
combine
this thing
them.
is. She's combined Jacobs with, I don't know what, it's definitely not even Rick coffee. Like it's, And so I think the point I'm trying to make is, you know, when you play premium, you also understand the rules of premium. And all of the rules of premium are typically the same. You never sell on price. You always focus on experience, not on the moment. Right? So what's the experience you're going to have with this thing in the lifetime of this thing, not just this moment? Yeah, sure, you want to have the cup of coffee now, but let me tell you a bit about the experience. And I'm sorry, if people can sell coffee on this, you can definitely sell a complex product on this.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's something you consume, you pass it through your body, and life goes on. But they've figured out a way to sell an experience. And all of our businesses are in some semblance experiential, right? So.
No, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, Vusi and I are both car people.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice to walk in the showroom, but it's also going to be a nice experience to look at it every day. They say if you walk past your own car and you don't look back at,
you bought the wrong car.
you bought the wrong car.
100%.
So at the end of the day is when you're offering this guy the solar system, the guy that just buys the cheapest, that's going to just solve his small problem right now, and in 5 years is going to cost him money again, maybe burn down his house or cause him a lifetime's worth of pain, versus the one that actually pays premium. You know what I can guarantee you? He walks past there, he looks back, he brings his mates around, he shows them.
Can I just say something about this? I'll tell you, this is a personal story. So the old house, told you we just moved. The old house, I had an inverter in it. And I got the inverter, you guys remember it, like at the thicket of load shedding. I called up a mate of mine, I said, listen, in fact, I called a friend of mine who's an advocate, and I said to him, I need somebody to, you know, come and put something in my house. And he was like, I've got a guy, I'll send him to you. You know, it's one of those, I know a guy. So this guy arrives, and just the way this guy looked, I should have known that there was going to be stories here. Anyway, this guy arrives and he starts, you know, fiddling around my house, and he's moving things around, and he opens this box and opens that box, and he's like, okay, I can put in an inverter for you. I didn't ask capacity, nothing. So I put in an inverter for you, it's going to cost you 35,000. I said, okay, no problem. Now, a different friend of mine was like, I've got some guys I'll send to you, and these guys will come over. The other guys came over the following day, and they went in not on the main switch, but every house has like the main switch, and then there's the other switch. They went to the other switch, and they put in, I don't know what this thing was, but it basically looked like a crab. Had like tongs on both ends with like a little device. And this guy said, we're going to leave it here for a few days, and it's going to tell us your consumption. Right? So now I've got a problem. Every night, I'm getting load shed, 3 kids in the house, and I've got to make sure that I don't spoil my groceries. And by the way, I'm traveling all the time, so I can't have my house load shed and I'm away. Does it make sense? So I can't wait for the 1 week crap story. I need this thing now. So I just went to the 35,000 rand guy. I was like, Chief, how long? He's like, I can do it tomorrow. He went and he bought this. Don't judge. He went and he came back with this like little green box. It says 5-star Sakhat. You guys know it? 5-star Sakhat. Comes in and he puts this 5-star story, and then, for the first few months, it was so nice. Then the electricity goes, inverter kicks in. Electricity goes, inverter kicks in. I don't know what's happened. What I do know is that after the first few months, the minute the electricity went, the inverter went on strike. Now, Crab Guy didn't have the opportunity to tell me, buddy, listen, there are different systems. They offer different conveniences. I can meet you where you're at. And then he should have asked a question like, how urgent is your need? And do you need a meantime solution whilst we get you the best solution? So he came and treated me like he treats every other customer.
Yeah.
Here's how I knew I bought the wrong solution. I'm walking around the estate, taking our dog. We've got a beautiful American bully called Allegro. The family and I are taking the dog for a walk, and one of my neighbors has his garage open, and this guy doesn't have like a backup power solution. He's got an amphitheater. You see this thing, it's got like different screens, then one of them is digital, one of them is like moving around, telling him the life cycle, another one is like looking at his blood count. And I was just looking at the house and I saw blip, blip, and I was like, yeah, I definitely bought the wrong thing. I still don't know what solution he had. I do know the solution I had.
Is the wrong one.
But I've paid 35K. See what I'm trying to say? I've paid the 35K. So I think the fundamental difference is, how do you get in, understand the needs of the customer now? Yeah, I've got to make the target, I've got to sell, sure. How do I understand your needs now? How do I make sure that you understand that I'm actually trying to get you the best solution for you, and that solution will come at a price, and that you need to give me enough time to collect enough information to give you the best solution. And the first guys just struggled with that. They sent in a nice, Afrikaans lovely technical guy, came in and says, "Yeah, Visi, we're going to leave it here." And he just plugged it in, and then he left. And then he came back, I think it was 4 or 5 days later, came and unplugged the thing. I wasn't even in the house. No follow-up, no phone calls, nothing. I imagine they tried to call me, then I was traveling. They gave up, I gave up, life goes on. But you just spent a 4-day investment leaving a device in my house telling you consumption data. I would still, today, would have actually liked to know that consumption data.
So I think, you and I have spoken about it, and we know that you're busy with ours, but here's the key thing, is that you have not received a quote or proposal or anything from me yet.
No.
The thing is this is what's being applied.
Sure.
We are engaging, we are talking, we've had over 11 interactions.
For sure.
I think we've almost.
On one of them, you almost killed me in your Ferrari, but that's a different story.
But we've almost
Just
reached the
word-
7 hours.
Sorry, guys, word to the wise. Don't get in the car with Heine.
It's not that bad.
It is. Maybe it's just against black people. There was definitely a few moments where I was like, no, this is the end for me. I'm joking, buddy.
So 4 places has been met. Him and I have seen each other in more than 4 places. We had more than 11 interactions. And the 7 hours mark will be breached. The thing is we now are at a place where the discussion with him is not price anymore. It's value. We can now discuss on what would be the best for him solving his long-term problem. The short-term 35,000 Rand problem is not being solved. The crab guy didn't solve anything. At the end of the day, is we first establishing the relationship. Now, you must understand, it goes hand in hand, because doing this takes time. You need to keep the customer engaged and not have him go to crab guy or 35,000 Rand guy, but have him engaged. So it's very important what Vusi says there is, what is your short-term, is there something that we can do for you in the interim, while you've got this problem at this specific moment?
Can I ask you a question? How are people like 35,000 Rand guy able to operate? Like, surely there's a law against people who operate like this?
0 overheads.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to?
We run a big business, 10 branches across the country. We've got warehouse space, rents, all of this. Then you've got the guy, back of his garage, bond on his house, imports a LC container, sticks the stock in there. And all he needs to do is, because we're selling high-end equipment, make 5%.
Yeah, that's so dangerous.
Make 5%. And he doesn't have any overheads. And the best thing is, and this is because that quote thing, I see on a daily basis. These guys sitting over here and those guys watching online. What we experience is, I can get it for this, can you meet the price?
Sure.
And we are at a place where we say no, because what we do is we offer value, we offer a certain type of service, we've got after-sales service but I keep asking myself this question in my head. When I am cheaper, do they take my quote to the other guys? And the answer is always the same, it's no. The reason why when the other guy is cheaper, they come to me is because the experience at Herholdt's is so much better than what it is there.
Sure.
So what they want to do is they actually do want to buy here.
They just want to force your price
They
down.
just want to force the price down. And one of the things that I've learned is it is okay to say no.
Sure.
It is okay to say no.
Sure. That's good, eh?
You have to get to that point where you can just say no and walk away. Here's the thing is there's something called the market, which is what Vusi spoke about in the beginning. There's the market, which is everybody. Ultimately, everybody in South Africa has a need for green, cheap electricity. That's the market. But then there's your market. Your market are the people that you can actually establish a relationship with, build trust, supply or provide a service to, and they will keep coming back. And they will be the referral for you. And they will be the one that's bringing their neighbors around and having Vusi walk past a house where you can see all of these nice screens and realize that
I
he
mean,
made
I think
a
the
mistake.
guy left the garage open on purpose, for sure. He was flexing to his neighbors. I don't
So
doubt it.
you just need to understand that
good, huh?
you are out in the market, but you have to go define what is your market. Because the market, you don't want to play there. Because the market is there for everybody. Yeah, here's a nice thing. I mean, we see it on our groups. People are like, oh, here's an ad from somebody. How are they doing it for this price? You know, as you think about it, and then you realize, okay, so he literally just saw an ad from somebody else, posting it on our group, saying that how can they do this 35,000 Rand install? They've got no overheads, no nothing. Here's a quick thing is, you are a camera company, you sell cameras. You post this great social media post about brand new DSLR camera, everything, and somebody's scrolling, because you have to imagine people have got their phone and they're scrolling, and he goes, oh, I need a new camera, cool, this looks nice. Put down my phone, Google, type in the name, brand new DSLR camera price, shopping, first, okay. Here's the cheapest, goes and buys.
That's true.
It's not this guy that put the ad out. He didn't even get the sale. What happened is he just advertised. He spent the money, the time, the effort on the ad to put the ad out there, and he basically did free marketing for the 4 biggest chains selling DSLR cameras in the country. So this is the kind of thing is you need to get signals from your customers and then engage with them. Slapping an ad on social media is just you advertising a product that people can go buy anywhere that they want to. But when you are doing an ad about, are you interested in maybe saving on your electricity bills? Click here to find out more. Fill in a form about what do you need, what are your needs, what is everything. Then you've got the lead. You take that lead, you go make an appointment.
Yeah.
You go sit with them, you 7-Eleven for that customer. At the end of the day, and the ad that you put out actually brought the customer to you. But the picture of the inverter with a price and a nice picture, that doesn't generate a sale. That maybe just generates business for somebody else. Maybe 10% he sells something. But offering to sell something is completely different than getting signals from people, because you can literally put 100 products, brand new, you can get a brand new product and you can just advertise it on your website. It's not guaranteed it will generate sales, but when you speak to the market or your market, ask them, listen here, might be thinking of getting this thing in. Are you guys interested? 5 people say yes. You go, okay, well, here's some more information. Feed them a little bit. What's happening is you're creating engagement and you're creating interest. By the time that product lands, it's already sold out.
Yeah, that's good. When I was, I remember when I was in corporate, I used to work in a financial services company. Hard game, because you sell a service, and we were selling like really complex, high structured stuff, which is, so it's like you sell a service that changes the parameters, then you sell a complex service, and then you sell a very expensive complex service. Yeah, it's just like, oh, you know, and one of the things, and it's just something for you guys to think about. One of the things, you know, we learned, we use it in our business today, was in the first interaction with a customer, always try and get 3 hot buttons. And every customer has 3 hot buttons. These are the 3 things that if I say, reflect to you back, or do, you're going to take action. And typically, it's not price. And if it is, price is a distant third. But there's usually like, these are my top 2 hot buttons. These are the 2 things that are like driving me to do whatever it is that I need to do. And so I suppose the fundamental question for yourselves would be, so what are those hot buttons? I'll give you guys a simple example. So, you know, we just moved house. When the missus and I were looking, here was my hot button. You're going to find this really crazy. I wanted a driveway with a gate. Exactly. Because first you live in a gated estate and you've got no privacy. Like you park your car in the garage, people are driving on the main road, and there's your car, there's your house. And I actually watched a movie called The Purge. And I was like, no. And in those movies, black guys don't make it, right? And I was like, no. So it's a true story. And I said to her, and we found gorgeous, beautiful homes. Some in like equestrian estates, unbelievable. And it's like an unbelievable house, but then you look at the fence and it's like this little, lanky piece of wood. And I was like, no, then we found this home right in the corner of the actual estate we were living in. And it had a beautiful like driveway, these long like kind of tall trees on either side. And it had a gate. Even before I saw the house, I said to her, this is the one. And then it just kind of fortuitously worked out that everything else we were looking for was in
place.
100%. Now, your question is, and I'm being flippant, why? Just safety. With my schedule and my travel, etc., I not only want to be in a secure estate, I want to be in a secure house in a secure estate. I want to have the ability to arrive home on a Sunday, close my gate, turn off the internet, and disappear. And it's just so hard to do that these days, right? And so if you think about it, if you get into the psychology of all your customers, they all have hot buttons. And the most important question to understand when you want to know a customer's hot buttons, it's like such a simple question. What's keeping you up at night? If you just ask that question, you'd be very surprised how many customers, top of their heads, can immediately tell you. Right. So the price-sensitive customer, when you say to him, what's keeping you up at night, will typically mention something to do with money. And so immediately I'm going to supply value here, but this guy's actually price-sensitive. And so I need to think about. And so in your feedback, in your retort, in your proposal, you then want to start the conversation by going, listen, I know money's important. And so what I really thought about is how do we get you an affordable, long-term value solution? So he knows that you've actually factored that in. But it might be the case in your business. It certainly isn't ours. Price-sensitive customers don't walk into the room and say, hi, I'm price-sensitive.
No, they don't.
No, they won't. They won't tell you, right? And so you've got to figure out a way to draw that without saying that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I learned this unbelievable expression. A friend of mine said it to me, and then I went and checked. And it's actually a very effective way to think about negotiating, particularly with clients. And so I've been trying it with a few of my clients, and it works. And it's this. Before you start a negotiation, you just open up with the words. What's the chance? Hey, listen, I'm gonna give you this quote, but what's the chance you want to make the purchase this month? Like, what's the chance? And if you're negotiating, it's the what's the chance on the other end. It's hey, thanks for the quote. I just got it, but what's the chance I can get this for like 5% cheaper? That's different to I want 5% cheaper. What's the chance makes it seem a little bit more human. You don't come across as abrasive. And typically when you say to people, what's the chance, even if they don't give you what you want, they're willing to go down from where they were. Like, so I'm going to send you the proposal. I definitely won't be the cheapest, right? But what's the chance I can come and see you and just run you through my quote quickly before you make a decision to buy? No one's going to say no.
No.
But if immediately you say, I need 2 hours of your time, when are you available? My head goes to, yeah, but I'm busy, I just don't have the time. But what's the chance? Sure, there's a chance. There's always a chance. There's always a chance. And it disarms clients. I just wanted to, I'll share this quickly. So if you think about, so again, we do this. So we think about price and friction and kind of where you want to be and kind of where you want to be, right? So in a space where you're selling something and you are cheap, but the product is high friction, okay? In other words, the product, the sales process, the way that you're offering it, friction is like, it's the hassle factor of buying from you, right? And so what you'll notice about people that are able to scale businesses very quickly or do high volumes is what's the first thing they do? They remove friction, right? And so, for instance, in our business, one of the ways we remove friction is we have this document that goes out to clients called an AMA. It's, in the old days, they used to call it an FAQ. But it's Ask Me Anything. And so all of the questions customers are going to ask are on the AMA. Then we have a video link, and you click on the video, and it's like a 30-minute video, and then it's one of these YouTube videos that are unlisted, but if you scroll at the bottom, it'll tell you all of the different questions you can ask. So if the customer has the question, even if they don't come back to us, what we're trying to do is to remove as much of the friction as possible. So what we've learned is early on, as you're selling, what you're actually trying to do is not focus the conversation here, you're trying to focus it here. Like, how do I remove as much friction from you making the decision as possible? What's the information I need to give you so that you can make the right decision? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. By the way, all businesses have this. All businesses have a hassle factor. All of them. It doesn't matter. If you walk into ShopRite, there's a hassle factor, right? Every business has a hassle factor. But if you think about it this way, you could be expensive and high friction, up here. I beg your pardon. You could be expensive and high friction, which is up here. Then you're in real cuck. Because, like we call this the dog, right? Like no one's going to buy from you. You're the most expensive and you're the worst to deal with. If you think of like auditors, like my auditors are like this.
Like my CFO.
But it's like here. It's like this high. Now, what's interesting is, if I think about like our auditors or even our law firm, they've convinced me that because it's high friction, it's high cost. And how do they do that? Technical jargon. You're sitting in a meeting, and first 2 minutes they're talking about Revendicatio and Ceteris Paribus, and I'm like, look, Chief, how much? I pay you, you go fix it, right? But typically when you're dealing and selling a product or a commodity, you don't want to be here. Because the minute customer senses too much friction, even if they were actually going to consider dealing with you, they're just going to walk out the window. But you also don't want to be here either, where you are the cheapest and the least friction. Now that's interesting because you might think that instinctively this is where customers want to be. The problem here is because you are what we call a donkey. What that means is customers don't trust your solution. Because even if the solution actually works, they go, but it can't be this cheap.
Yeah.
Have you ever bought something and gone, this doesn't feel right? So I went through.
It's too good to be true.
It's too good to be true.
35,000 rand solar solution.
I should have known.
Yeah.
I should have. Exactly. That's actually a very good point. Like 35,000 rand solar, and the other guy's like telling me about I've got to wait a week, and I was like, I'll just pay the 35 keys. I bought, my daughter laughed at me. My daughter and my son buy a thing on Shein. So I'm on the Instagram, and then I find this thing called Temu.
Temu.
Yeah, you know this. And I was like, oh, this is nice. And then
Zon knows it.
And so I was like, oh, this is nice. Like, oh, they've got like some really cool stuff. So, silly me, I go and buy stuff on Temu. And I bought sizes that I wear. I didn't recognize that they've got a different sizing system. Their large is like our extra small. So I go and buy these things. These things arrive. And man, it's like half plastic, half recycled Vaseline. Like all the stuff that they're selling. And so now I've got all these items and my family's like laughing at me. They're on the floor. Dad, were you really going to wear those sneakers? Like, what did you think that T-shirt was going to look like? But the point is, I remember when I was clicking buy, I had this like little gut instinct that went, sneakers shouldn't be this cheap. It's like $150 for gym sneakers. It shouldn't be this cheap. And so what happens for a lot of us, you're not desperate to get the business, you're desperate to close the month, you're trailing on target, and you just go, just slash and sell.
Yeah.
And you go from there to here. And now you get very little trust. And then you've got a separate problem, and here's the problem. The worst thing you can do is teach your customers that you are willing to negotiate a big disparity in prices. Hold the line. In fact, that's what we call it in our firm. Hold the line. What price did you go out at? X. What price are they asking? Y. And if there's a big distance, walk away. In fact, I'll give you a live example. I got invited to do this event now in Zambia. And the client contacted my people, my head of sales in the Philippines, and said, hey, we're having this event, we'd like Mr. Tembagwayo to come, et cetera, et cetera. My team sends my rate card, they look at the rate card and they go, yeah, you know, we were kind of thinking this amount. And so my head of sales comes to me, she says, they're thinking this amount. It's 30%, 33% what was on the rate card. And I said to her, you know what the answer is, right? She said, I know. I just wanted to get your concurrence. I said, sure. She went back to them. She didn't say, no, we can negotiate, no, what about? She said, flat out, no. But then we do this thing, and I don't recommend it for you, it really works for us. What we actually do is we'll recommend a competitor. It really messes them up. Because then they go, how busy and confident is this guy to not only tell me no, but tell me who else I should be dating? So, no, but if this is your price bracket, talk to these people. 90% of the time, they never talk to those people. They always come back to us, and they always push up their price. Because now they know, I trust my price so much, I'm willing to stand behind it, right? So kind of what we call the starfish, the place you want to be at is here. This is actually where you want to be. And the reason we call it a starfish is because anytime anybody ever sees a starfish, they remember the experience. You've never not seen a starfish and go, oh, that was every day. You see a starfish, you're going to remember the experience. And so you want to create memorable experiences. What that means is you want to come in at the price that's defendable, at a level of friction that's defendable. But there has to be sufficient friction. The customer has to know you've gone through the trouble. Now, what the friction looks like in terms of what you were sharing here earlier is when you put up that slide deck. Now the customer goes, okay, this is some more information for me to get, some stuff I've got to get my head around, wrap my head around. But if he's put in the time, I must be worth the time. And it must be worth my time for me to learn these things. Okay, so I'm willing to go through that friction. And by the time they look at price and friction, these two things have kind of got to be at the same par. Too much friction, right? Too high price, they'll walk away. Too little friction, too low price, they won't trust the product. You're trying to get to like that balance in the middle, where it's enough behind it for you to get a sense that work was done to get there, and the pricing is at the point where you go, not the cheapest, but I'm definitely comfortable to deal with these guys.
Yeah. So I mean, if you look at when you gather quotes, I literally also went through gathering quotes for a house I'm building, and it's not about. It's just the taps and all of those things. But what I did is, visited a showroom, had a look at it. They made me see it, touch it, feel it, all of that. When they sent the quote, the only difference, I visited 3 different showrooms, but all basically the same kind of stuff. But the one sent me the proposal, and what they did is they broke it down per room. But next to each item, they had, so it was an itemized quote, because this was what we were getting. There was a picture of the product with the description and the price. The other one was like, taps, 30, price. Pipe, so much, price. At the end of the day, when it was broken down and a little bit detailed, so I knew what was this bathroom, what was that bathroom, what is in this bathroom, because you see their toilets, 5. You go, well, how do I have so many toilets in the house? It doesn't make sense. But when you look at it, you see it's bathroom, it's the entertainment area, it's this, that, and it starts making sense. The fact that I looked at it, I didn't even go to the bottom end of the quote. Because for me, it was too much of a hassle, because these guys let it out exactly per room what it was. I could see that they accounted for all the rooms, and that was the total. The other quote, I still had to go check, did they get everything? So now I have to go recalculate and go say, okay, they tick, 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 they did get, okay, there was 5 toilets. And all of that effort, because what happened is the first one put in all the effort for me.
Sure.
This immediately draws me towards them.
Sure.
Sending out that first quote, bam, here's the offer. It's like there's no effort in it.
I mean, I will say, just on this, I'm fascinated by trying to understand the psychology of my customers. Because I think if you understand the psychology of the people you're dealing with, that's 80% of the job one, I think. I might be wrong. But one of the things I find interesting, I was talking to an old client of ours, actually. In fact, you know him, Jace. You know Jace?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's in the country. He's on they're having a run from here to George. And Jason's been one of my like oldest clients. And he and I were talking about something. And you know, he was helping me understand how he's taken his business international. He said something that I think you might find value in. He said, when you're weird, lean into your weird. So think about it this way. Let's assume you want to start a fizz drink company. Number one fizz drink company in the world is Coca-Cola. Okay. They've leaned into that weird. They've got the black drink that, used to have cocaine in it. That's why it was called Coca-Cola. And as you drink it, it's going to give you this incredible, like, fizz burp. So you don't want to play that game with them because you're going to lose it. So what game do you play? I don't know. You play the game where you make a small little cylindrical can.
Yeah, that's actually exactly it.
Tastes cuck.
Yeah.
And gives you wings. And
So Pepsi is not their biggest competitor.
Pepsi can't be their biggest competitor because Pepsi's trying to lean into
What
Coke's
they are doing.
weird. Coke's always going to win that game. But the game Coke can't win is the Red Bull game. And too many of us, I think, we kind of find where the market is going and then we lean into that. But sometimes you've got to lean into your own little weird and go, how do I differentiate myself here a little bit? And if you start leaning into the weird, you find you actually get a lot more share of audience. Because all of us are trying to get our customers to listen to us, trust us, believe us, trying to get into their psychology, trying to get them to move the way that we move. Just lean into that weird. Whatever that weird looks like, just lean into that weird. Yeah. Cheers. Thanks for the coffee.
So yeah, I think this is all about you guys also asking. So I think maybe if we can have a mic around, if there's any.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, where are you based? Where, sir?
Where in Gauteng?
I'm north of Pretoria.
North of Pretoria. Sure. Giraffes around you? Yeah. Like, where would you be? Are you like, because North of Pretoria is not like Cullen inside, eh?
It's more to the east, I'm more to the north.
Yeah.
Dino King, Big 5 Game Reserve.
That's sure. You need a visa to go out that way?
You just need an invite.
You just need a?
Invite.
Just an invite. Just an invite, and they'll let you in. All
Yeah.
right. And how's business out in that part?
I don't do business there, I stay there.
Right.
Also do training for adults.
Right.
Do training countrywide.
Right.
And I'm a specialist in lightning and surge protection.
Oh, now hold on. Before we move on,
Yeah.
he's got my attention.
Yeah.
You're a specialist in lightning and surge protection.
Yes, sir.
Just explain this in English.
He's the one that makes sure that your stuff doesn't blow up when the lightning hits.
You know where I'm from? You just put a tire on the roof of on the top of the roof.
It's not that simple.
Right. So does the tire thing work?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
There's a lot of misperceptions. People, and we get that question a lot from clients to say that
Is it on?
you must come and protect us, but you must give us a guarantee. It's an act of God, act of nature. I cannot get rid of lightning on your behalf. I can minimize your
not working.
damages.
It's so good.
I get it a lot when I'm in rural areas.
Right.
That the black people comes up to me and ask me if I'm a Songoma,
Wow.
because they see the sign on my vehicle, and when they say, how can you catch lightning? I can't catch it. I can try and minimize your damage.
I got you. Does the sign on your vehicle say lightning catcher? It doesn't say that.
Not exactly.
Yeah. That'd be a great business card, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. That'd be a great business card. Lightning catcher. Thunder? Thunderstrike. Yes. That'd be a different business.
Interesting, out of this conversation, that I think is, I've got a motto that I would rather sit at home on my stoep, being hungry, than being tired and hungry.
Okay.
We
So-
technical guys, we work with our hands.
So the walk away part,
Yes.
he says he'd rather be at home sitting on his stoop and be hungry than go out, work, and then come home and be hungry and tired.
Yeah. I mean, just as as you guys just think around about some questions, what I am curious about is why is there so little appreciation for technical and artisanal skill in South Africa? I mean, it's in many parts of the world. Like, I'll give you guys an example. Like every time I'm in the US, I'm fascinated by the fact that people are builders. Like you'll meet a person who lives in a beautiful home, 3 kids, middle income lifestyle. And when you ask him, what do you do? He doesn't say, I'm a contractor. He says, I'm a builder. And he takes pride in that. He wears his Levi jeans, his heavy-set Timberland boots. He's got those things that they strap around here with all of the,
Tool belts.
Yeah, and that's it. That's it. And all he does is he builds. And it's a respected way of life. And here you just, it's like just a technical thing, like how technical paint is. And yet, if you put painter on your business card, you're almost seen as, the bottom of kind of the career strata. When it's a deeply technical skill. I've never understood what that's about.
I think one of the things that, and I actually have my own theory about it, is that it sort of starts with, first of all, so many people diving in and doing that job
Got you.
that are not qualified to do that job.
Got you. The 35,000 Rand guy.
Yeah. And
Right.
what happens is that sort of devalues
Got you.
what the ones that actually did qualify to do that job
good point.
does. But the other thing I also feel that a lot of the times the oaks that are qualified, they devalue themselves. And I see it actively in our industry, because you make an appointment with a doctor to get a prescription for antibiotics because you've got a little bit of a flu. I mean, you know which antibiotics he's going to give you. It's only a trip to the pharmacy to get it. You know what's going to make you feel better. But still, you have to call, make an appointment, get there, sit and wait in the waiting room, because it's always late for your appointment. Go in there, check, okay, cool, write the script, leave. And then get to the front and it's, let's swipe the card and leave. Nobody negotiates the rate with the doctor. Literally what he did is he looked at you, knows what is wrong, which you also know.
Yeah, and then he asked you to tell him.
He asked you to tell what's wrong with me.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with you? Okay, cool. And we'll write the script, which is a piece of paper that costs him nothing. You leave, you go to the pharmacy, they make money off it. He makes a little bit of a commission because of it. At the end of the day, nobody negotiated a price
really
with
good,
him. Nobody negotiated anything with him. You spent 5 minutes with him, got billed for a full hour. And why? Not because of what he did. Because of the time he spent to learn the trade, to be able to write the piece of paper.
That's good.
And ask you what to do. So the thing is when you are learning to become an installation electrician, it's tedious work. You have to do practicals, you have to write exams, there's a lot of stuff that goes with it. Yet, when you go out and submit a quote to the customer, you go, product, 25% margin, 30% margin, labor, cheap, 5,000 Rand for a 3-day job. The thing is everything where you think you are making money because you are margin stacking a product, because at the end of the day, you are not a distributor or a reseller. Pick and Pay does retail. Somebody that buys a Coke from Pick and Pay and sells it at a vendor, they are not margin stacking, they're providing a service. But when you take that same Coke and you put it in a restaurant in a glass, you pay 5 times because it's the experience. And the chef that learned to make the food is the one that's charging you for the wine or the Coke or whatever you are drinking there. What you should be doing is you should be actually adding the value and explaining the value that you're adding, and not be afraid of charging for what you do. Because the thing is, other than like the doctor, you don't go to the customer and then he tells you what he needs.
You actually have to tell the
You
customer.
actually have to tell him.
Yes.
But here's the thing, and I think Vusi mentioned this to me, is 90% of the time, you know that the customer actually don't know. They don't know what they want.
It's true.
They don't know.
His friend said so.
The thing is they think they know what they want, because there's a difference. There's want, and then there's need.
Yeah.
Is they are not going to buy what they need. They're going to buy what they want.
Yeah.
Unless you can bring them and give them what they want and package the need with that at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, the thing about that, right, is, listen, I again, just trying to understand consumer psychology, I always pause at trying to understand relationship that customers are going to have with price. Because there's just no such thing as something that's price inelastic, unless maybe you were, I don't know, selling. I suppose if we could sell the English language, right, that would be price inelastic. Everybody who speaks it has to pay, you know, a rate per word. If you sold oxygen, that's price inelastic. But even water has proven that people aren't price inelastic, right? There's only a certain amount of money that people are willing to pay. So Voss, I must tell you, the water company is a client of mine, and they have this like beautiful stratification of their product set, and they know exactly how much money at the premium end a customer is willing to pay for a certain kind of water in a certain type of location, to your point. So again, you want to understand that price psychology, and then you want to make sure that you build into the price psychology this need, not want thing. You know, so how do I convince you that this thing that you say you want is actually something that you need? And if there's a big disparity between those, how do I move you from the one side
To the other
to
side.
the other side? And what you'll realize with all of this is at the end of the day, what it actually just comes down to, guys, let's be honest, is personal contact. Let's be honest. It's just personal contact. I don't know about you, I've never closed a sale that was material over the phone. Never. You can do the sale over the phone, but you don't close it over the phone. And so you want to have a little bit of that personal space and personal contact. We were doing a sales training for our team, and our head of sales said something which I thought was interesting. She said, guys, we don't close sales here, we open relationships. So don't talk to me about the sale you've just closed. Talk to me about this relationship you've just opened, and how we're going to mature that relationship and grow that relationship. Because it's not improbable that the customer who's buying from us today is going to want something tomorrow, will want something the next day. And this, in fact, this specific conversation was happening because we were helping a client of ours who actually runs quite a similar business to some of yourselves here, except that in his model, he brings in imports, and then he's got franchise-owned stores in different parts of the country that he sells through. And because these stores are franchise-owned, his biggest problem is if the owners of the stores aren't selling the products, he doesn't make money, right? And what he's done is he's now diversified his product suite. So he doesn't just do sustainable energy, he also does security and CCTV cams and all the rest of it. But what he's realizing is the guys running his stores will have a customer walk in to buy a cup of coffee, and they won't sell a muffin with it. They'll be like, okay, here's your cup of coffee. Now you go. And so I was having a conversation with him about, you've really got to start training your people on how to open relationships with your customers, because they will come back around in the life cycle of purchasing. It comes down to what I think is something all of you here should really be asking yourselves, which is, if you were to think of your customers, what is the average customer lifetime value of any of your customers? And then recognize that a once-off customer that buys every 5 years, you've got to take the value of that transaction and amortize it over the 5 years.
Over the 5 years, yes.
Right? But if it's a once-off customer that not only buys over that period of time, but trusts you enough to bring you into other things that they're doing, now you're able to amortize a greater sort of lifetime value. But what is your customer lifetime value? And you'll notice that margin per transaction and customer lifetime value tend to move opposite of each other. You just want to maximize as much money as you're going to make first time round. You might get the first bite, but believe me, word gets around. Right? And then the level of distrust starts to grow then your customers are going to behave differently. And so where you want to be, I still maintain, I will never, ever, ever be in any business ever where I'm the cheapest. The only people who do that right are ShopRite.
Yeah.
And even then, there's something in the water there, right? Because those guys are just not human, let's be honest. I mean,
Insane.
yeah. But cheapest, I don't want to be cheap. I want to be just at that right price mark. You know, I'm not so cheap that you think I'm the cheapest. I also don't want to be so expensive. Just be at that right price mark. And if I am the most expensive, then I also want to make sure that I can justify the price. That I can always justify the price. I wanted to ask you, where are you based, sir?
On the West Coast.
Where is this?
Langebaan, St. Helena.
Ah, Longbone. And how's it going out there? A lot of Joe Burgers have moved down there. Eh?
Yes. It's quite a new market for me, so I think that's one thing that was quite difficult. I had to.
You'll have
it's a
to
long
turn
story,
off and on.
But my wife, with COVID, we literally got told that if he doesn't move, she's not going to last that long. So it was closing down a business that was profitable and well established to coming down here and restarting something from new. So that's been quite a challenge. But I think you've got those capabilities to do something like that.
And is the market growing there?
I suppose like any market, you've got to go out there and look for the market. So the question around marketing is always a question for all of us here. How do you actually create a market? You've got so many people that are either doing this or not qualified, but yet there is, that's the product that's wants to be sold. So I think that makes you think out of the box. Where do you go and look for it? I'm based in the central region of a really great wine producing area. Heine's got 2 bottles there.
Is that those from you?
Yes, they're from me.
And they were for Hein?
There's one for you.
No.
And the only reason I'm
We're
doing
gonna
it is
fight
because
over them
I'm
now.
also a Benoni boy. So.
Legend.
But what I'm saying is, it makes you think out of your box. So I think there's not anybody here that hasn't realized in the last 3 months that we're really having an economic downturn or a recession that we're in. So how do you create a market for that? And I think the ones that are going to survive are the guys that are thinking out of the box and looking for a market that is available, because there's always work that is available, but how do you grow that market? It's a bit of a difficult market we are, because a lot of people have come to retire there, so that budget restraint is a big problem. So they are looking at bottom line price.
Sure.
So how do you convince them? So there's a lot of facts that can do that. But yeah, it's a good place to be.
And just finally, what would you say if you were to like categorize or characterize the consumer culture? What would you say? Are these people that are frequent buyers, or do they buy once in a while? Do they make decisions quickly, or do they take their time? How would you characterize it? Is it the inverse of like a Joburg?
I think it's very much a price-driven market, because they're not buying into your Danefern or your Serengeti type of markets. There's more of those markets available in Johannesburg to go to, Sandton, Parkhurst, Parktown, wherever. So that's quite an affluent market. Whereas where we are, it's your owners that have got a 3,000-4,000 million house or 2 million rand house. He doesn't necessarily want to go and spend a big amount on a solar system, because he's comparing value. So he's putting something to his house, and he doesn't see the value of putting in a 300,000 rand system compared to a 120,000 rand system. So you are competing that, and like Heine said, they're not looking at make, model, they're looking at product.
So they're buying 5-star like
exactly,
I did.
yeah.
So-
Switch off the last golf and he's got power.
So Vusi, I think what I want to do is just put an example of what they are dealing with.
Go for it.
And then you remove it outside of the solar industry. And
Go
just
for
put it. So last year, they were all selling product A. As an installation, load shedding was crazy, everything, and they were selling it at X. Now, we are a year gone, solar industry prices coming down. Product A is now in the market X divided by 2,
Why divide by 2?
because it came down 50%.
Why?
Just oversupply in the market, prices come down. Also technology getting better,
Got you.
manufacturing getting better, so input costs are lower,
Got you.
all of that. But what he's struggling with is that now his competitors, because This was where they were selling it at X, and they were making their margins on X, which was high. Now the price of the same product is lower,
Got you.
so the margin as a percentage is still lower.
Sure.
But
So just
competitors-
sorry, I'm interrupting. Just as a separate sidebar note, so for yourselves, you'd be sitting on inventory
Yeah.
that you would have done a stock value at X.
Yes, and did a write down.
You just write it down.
And the thing is you have
Hey, these
you
comrades.
have market. So this is the actual thing. So what happens is you're selling commodities.
Sure.
So what happens is you're selling commodities, and you have stock
Yeah.
landed at a specific price.
Yeah.
The price comes down, new stock arrives in the market. Immediately it's 50% the price. So you've got a choice. Sit and wait.
Or liquidate
See,
stock.
see if you can find somebody to buy this.
Got you.
Or liquidate the stock to return it into cash.
Got you.
Use the cash to turn that into more cash again. But now they have competitors offering product B, which is now your 5-star example that you've got, at X divided by 2 less 20%. That's what they have got that offering at. Now, the natural progression for them is, I also offer
X
product.
divided by 2.
I also offer product B now.
Yeah.
That is literally what they are sitting with,
Yeah.
and we are trying to say to them, everybody was buying this. This is now half price. For the customer, the value proposition has just increased. His ROI went from 8 years to 4 years now.
Sure.
Why can you not sell this? Because here, I can guarantee you, it's 20% cheaper up front, but you don't have 4 years ROI.
Sure.
You also don't have 20 years value proposition. Yet, the comments that I see on our group is, that's just what the Oaks can afford. A guy living in a 4 or 5 million rand house, he can only afford 35,000 rand for a system. So I think there's a big disparity between price versus value. And like you said, is price is the conversation that is had,
Absent of value.
absent of value.
Yeah. Look, I will say this, and I'm curious, sir, you have your hand up. Just
Yeah.
quickly on this, Hein, as you continue. I will say that I don't know how do you get to gauging affordability unless you ask the customer, what can you afford? Which you should never, ever do.
Yeah.
Because, sorry, ladies, excuse my crassness, that's like going on a first date and asking a woman her body count. It's going to be the lowest number imaginable, minus 15, say, right? It's just, sorry, ladies. It's like you're going on a first date with a gent and you ask him if he used to play rugby, what position did he play? Even the guy that was on the bench was a prop or something, right? Nobody's ever a wing, right? Because the point is we all project how we want to be perceived. If you ask a customer an affordability question, the answer is always going to be at the lowest end of the spectrum. And the worst is, if they're like me, completely uneducated, don't technically understand the thing, have a solution that they just want to get fixed quickly, then they're going to tell you whatever they think this thing is worth, right? So even just the affordability question, I would have serious questions around how are you gauging that affordability? Long before this, you want to get to need first. What do you need? And let me analyze what your needs are. Then we can have a conversation about, based on your needs, what should the price range be, and where are you on the pricing range, right? It's a bit like if you get medical aid. I'm not sure which scheme you guys belong to. There's a couple of medical schemes here. There's one obviously that dominates,
Of course.
but they they never typically just say to you, oh hi, sure, we can give you plan X for Y. They're going to ask you a couple of questions first. And the reason they want to ask you a couple of questions is because they want to understand your need. Obviously, on their side, they want to understand the risk. But also they know that there's, I don't know if you guys know this, but they price this into the data. Like if you do surfing, they immediately know the price bracket you fall into.
Now, Vusi, just on that same thing. So this exact same customer
Yeah.
that they now are saying, well, he could have got an A last year for X.
Yeah.
He's getting A for X divided by 2 now.
Yeah.
But everybody else is offering him B
Yeah.
at X divided by 2 less another 20%.
Yeah.
we're doing that. I've actually got people sitting in this room that are going and saying, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be different. I'm going to be offering C for X times 3 plus 30% to that same customer. And they actually close those deals.
Explain why.
That person that you had the budget or think that they can afford is once you start engaging with them and determining what their needs are, and you start showing them, because it's the same thing as what Vusi said now, is you ask somebody what the affordability is always going to be the lowest. But you ask them, you know, did you play rugby? Everybody wants to be the fly-off. Everybody's going to say the best. So what you need to do is you need to play on that portion of him. Because, okay, you get to his house, you do the site survey. There's a Mercedes and a BMW parked in the garage. But you want to offer him a dilapidated 1400 bucky.
So it must be said that when they came and offered me B, there was an Aston Martin parked in the garage.
Yeah.
Let the record reflect.
Yeah.
He definitely did a cut job of profiling the
He
customer.
did. So immediately what happens is you can see that they enjoy finer things. So what you do is you bring the proposal to the table. You say, look, we do have various options. We have the same options that everybody else has. But I've got a few clients that are like you, sir. I see you like the finer things in life, that we have the finer things in life. But you can only have that finer things in life discussion when you are sitting with them across the table. It's like what Rory says, wine in a heavier bottle always costs more.
100%.
At the end of the day is you have to let them see it, experience it, take them through the journey. And when you are doing that, you can understand they'll go, okay, cool, but what else do you have? Where is the Porsche? I want to see it. Maybe it's affordable, because we're not talking car prices. Here we're talking 35,000 Rand, 300,000 Rand. But he's staying in a 4 million house. You know what these guys do? Them staying in that house, them driving that BMW and Mercedes, they already know how to leverage financing to make this thing work. Once you show them 4 years ROI, they go, okay, I get 25% back per year, take some money out of my house bond at 11.75% now, although he must probably be getting like prime less one because they already being a customer of the bank. They can immediately see it. Okay, I can write off, you know, if I put it against my business, I can write off 100% in year one, tax break of 27% on that. And they can start doing the financial calculations. You know, a lot of people say that you're not financial advisors, but you can just make them wary of all the financial benefits that there are, tax rebates, all of these things that are coming with it. Very soon they're going, hang on, I'm going to Kiyosaki this thing. I'm going to use your time and the bank's money to get myself a solar system. Yet you make the mistake because you walk in there and they're sitting with the quote from Shady Sean or whoever it is on their table at 35,000 Rand. The first thing that you want to do is, I want to compete with that guy. No ways. I do not compete with those people.
What's your and you had a question, don't forget it. What's your view on trashing your competitors?
Never. I love them.
Really?
I love them. I love them. Look, real competitors. You must understand.
Sure.
You get.
I'm talking about the 35,000 Rand guy.
Oh, he's definitely not my competitor.
I got you. But when you're in the room and the customer's talking about him, what do you say about him?
That we can offer that. I can offer what he's offering. We are not talking about is he good, is he bad. But you know what? If that is your affordability, please go with him.
Nice. Walk away.
Walk away.
There's so much power in having the ability to walk away, eh? Especially when somebody thinks they control the conversation because they're the ones buying. And then you let them know, I actually am willing to walk away from this. What did you want to say?
Especially on that example, I think where many companies also feel the pinch is last year we could make 10, 15, 20% on a 200,000 Rand project. Now that same project takes the same amount of time the same amount of labor, the same amount of aftercare, but it's now only worth 100,000. So we are doing the same work for effectively less
Sure.
money, and I think that's also quite an adjustment that everybody has to go through.
So imagine this. We are the ones supplying the panels to you guys. Last year, the price for a panel was R5.50 a watt. Now it's R2.50 a watt. You know that they still weigh the same. They still come in the same boxes packaged. The road freight to transport the 22 pallets actually went up. Okay? So imagine this, trying to explain this to your board and investors and everybody. Last year, we did 100 million rand revenue on solar panels. This year, we did 70 million rand revenue on solar panels. We think we did well. No, you didn't. Yes, but we did, because last year, we sold we sold 500,000 solar panels. This year, we sold 1 million solar panels, although the revenue is down. But the costs and all of that stays the same. The margin is commoditized because that is the nature of what solar panels is. The thing is what you need to do is you need to, like Vusi said, remove the friction, because your problem with the friction is you now were making 200,000 rand on a project. Now you're only making 100,000. What you need to do is you need to find a way to squeeze in that same time the double the volume in. So what we have done is we've become more efficient at distributing these solar panels so that we can double the volume to still maintain the same kind of revenue, because I still have the same amount of people. So you start by going back to not saying I need to sell more because I need to make more money. I need to remove the complications out of it.
Gotcha.
So that I can do more in a day. Because that's the one thing that I think what your thing comes down is time. It's the one thing you cannot buy more of. Now, here's a good thing. I mean, you were literally now saying that, because this product took a day to install. Now it's at half price. It still takes a day to install. You know what the difference is? This one takes half a day to install. So can you imagine doing 2 of these in the same time that you're doing 1 of these?
And to be clear, product C is a new product, eh?
Yes.
It's a
New
more
product.
innovative product, delivers
Yes.
better, etc.
So, I mean, we're not going to talk about product, but there's a lot of new product available that you guys have seen now that halves the installation time. It halves the manpower needed. Because here, you needed to have a forklift on site. You need to have heavy lifting equipment. Yeah, same thing, 2-person job. But at the end of the day, when you are starting the journey with a customer from the bottom line up, price, and working yourself back, you do not realize the value that you are creating by moving to this. Telling him that he needs the Porsche. He needs the bank to pay for the Porsche so that he can live his dream. And then at the end of the day, you're going to deliver the Porsche in half the time that what you delivered the Mercedes. So that is what you need to focus on. Is you said it cost you the same time. Now the price is off. Can you do anything about the price? Because the thing is you cannot charge double, because that's just too far out from where the market is. So what is the one thing you have to do? You have to reduce the time so that you can do more. So find a product that reduces the time so that you can do more. Because innovation is not stopping. Innovation didn't stop. The reason why the prices came down was because the innovation went up. But I can tell you that where this product was last year, this one is higher than that. Half the time, more innovation, more technological features, better solution at the end of the day. That's your Porsche. Last year, they could only buy the Mercedes. Now the Mercedes price went half price. The Porsche came down to the Mercedes price. Yet you still want to compete with the Polo. Doesn't make sense. Just tell them, last year, everybody was buying Mercedes at these prices. This year, the Porsche's same price.
Just go back to, if you can, on your presentation. I just want to, if you could just show that If you could just show that financial spreadsheet again.
The last portion. Right at the bottom. Last one. One down, yeah.
You did this calc yourself?
So it gets done by software.
Got you.
Yeah.
Which means you could be sat in front of a customer and presenting it exactly in this form.
Oh, no, you actually, with the software, you present it better. Because you sit there, you turn his ass around, you show him exactly how it looks. You can say to him, so let's do this. And then he says, well, maybe I want the Porsche. You plug in the Porsche price, this graph changes automatically.
Got you.
So we'll have a demo on that tomorrow, but this software is available to these guys. Yet, still we see so many flat-out quotes going. But when you are sitting here and you are showing him the product, you're showing him how it looks like inside the house, have a 3D model of it, and you actually show him how it changes. Look, let's say you want to expand on the system in year 9. You can add it in. You'll see the graph comes down. It shows the tracking. This is just a pull-out that we slapped on a presentation, but it's actually live.
And you can manipulate the data. You can plug in the different
Manipulate the
prices.
data whichever way you want.
Got you. And obviously, what you've done is, by the time you're having this conversation, you've cemented and agreed with the customer on what their needs are. We agree this is what you need,
Yes.
right? Because that's how you.
Look, we don't do this.
Yeah.
So you must understand this is what they do.
I understand.
We only give the components for them to do this. But we are able to show this to them because obviously we see a lot of, I've got a list of how many customers and I can see what each and every one of them are doing and how they are working. And, you know, we've got the data at the back end where we can see, oh, these guys are growing, these guys are not. They're playing in the same field. So we're looking at you guys from the back end on the data.
See it.
Where we're seeing, okay, those guys are going up, these guys are not growing. You know, last year was a boom year because it was a boom year. Can you believe me if I tell you now that we run the data and we look at last year and we go, okay, so this year is last year less half, and this is where this customer should potentially be as if they are part of our market. Then I have people sitting in this room that are 3x what they were last year during the boom period.
Sure.
The question that you need to ask is, what are you doing different? Because those are the questions that I'm asking. I'm looking at the numbers and I'm going, oh, customer C is doing something right.
Yeah.
Let me engage with him, find out what he's doing. Then what happens is I find a way to bundle that in way of sharing information with customer A that is actually struggling and telling them. And I mean, I've got somebody sitting here that came to me, sat down in my office and said, I don't know what to do. It's just nothing is going on and nothing is happening.
Wow.
And I said, look, listen here, this is what you need to get in front of the customer. You do not leave. Famous thing Mr. Tembukwaya says. You do not leave without an appointment for the next meeting or without the order. That's what you need to do. If you do not leave with the order, leave with the appointment for the next meeting.
Sure.
2 weeks later, called me and said, my business has changed. I've got all of this business rolling in. We're actually funding some of their projects through our PPA service provider, and it's just going like crazy. Literally overnight switch on in their business from just because what they were doing is like, is there something wrong with my quote? And I looked at the quote and it was like itemized billing. It's like, is there something wrong with the way that we are doing things? Yes, there is, but what you need to do is you just need to shift a little bit. And just say, I'm not leaving without the order or the next meeting.
Sure.
That's it.
Sure. And then finally, before we take a break,
No.
we've just been told about a break.
Breakout.
Where do you think the cost for electricity is? I mean, I'm looking at my electricity bill and it's just, it's definitely gone up, right?
Yes,
I
it
thought it
has.
was just me.
So
Jeez.
grid-tied solar on commercial buildings like this, with no load shedding, we are doing daytime trading. Our ROI for grid-tied solar system now is sitting about 1 year, 8 months. So on balance sheet, 1 year, 8 months money back from electricity savings.
And so, in other words, as the cost of electricity goes up,
Just at
it's
the
gonna
current price of electricity, 1 year, 8 months. That's over 50% ROI. Now imagine this. You spend R1 million. That whole R1 million you can write off against
yeah.
your tax with a 27% back end on that. So you've got a saving there of 27, if you made profit for the year, mind you.
Yeah.
So that's 270,000 saving. Now on the million, you are returning 500,000 a year. Where can you make this kind of investment if it is not a tech business or a booming business?
Even there.
Even there. Yeah, you've got those returns. So it's just so quickly. But the thing is you're selling price. All the guy sees is the R1 million. What he should be seeing is, so if you invest R1 million with me, I'll give you 50% interest on it.
100%, yeah. Look, I mean, I will say, again, and we started with it, and we'll end with your comment, and then we'll take the break. I've never been in a price war that I've won.
Never.
And not because I can't win it, but just because it's bad business to win a price war.
because there's no winner.
Yeah, it's bad business. It's like it's a Pyrrhic victory. Even if you win, you get the... And maybe it's just me. You ever notice how the clients that spend the least amount of money are always the ones that are most full of
Yes.
cucks? You're going to get the worst time from these clients. It's almost always the case. So even just in dealing with them, you kind of know...
And when you do business with them, they're going to be the worst customer afterwards.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, because
For sure.
your phone's going to ring off the hook and like, you promised me this is not happening. When can I get this? Why is this not, the sun is not shining. Why am I not generating any energy? Because the sun is not shining. So, it's nighttime now, 12 o'clock. Why? The moon is up, but why is my solar not working? I thought you sold me moon panels. That's the kind of people that you deal with. So when they do price and you have not had the conversation with them about the value that you are bringing, what they do is they make up the value that they expect for the price that they are now paying. Because you have not communicated, this is the value and this is what I'm charging. They'll go, this is what I'm about to pay. And you say, okay, I can do that. And then they make up the value that they expect. And when they pay you that money, you must understand this, they're going to have this cloud of value around them that they're going to hound you with, keep everybody busy because you never, number one, told them what the value is that you're bringing. They can get to make that up.
What did you want to ask? Sir?
Great. So it was just coming to that kind of question that you're asking of what is going to happen with the price of electricity going forward. So I think one thing that could be added, a recommendation to this, is showing what is going to happen with the price of electricity.
Yeah.
And just a quick kind of takeaway is experience, 11 years in Eskom, 2.5 years management experience, management consultant to the C-suite. In 2022, May, I said that the price of electricity is going to double over the next 5 years, 15% increase year on year. Tracked exactly perfectly.
Say what you're saying slower.
So I do get a bit fussed with my words.
It's all good.
So I currently am positioned as an energy expert in the markets. I comment on the news on average once a week on live TV about what's going on in the energy sector. And a projection that I gave of the price of electricity in 2022 in May, it kind of got me onto the media a lot, is that the price will double over the next 5 years of the price of electricity
Sure.
to the consumer.
Is that right?
That's currently tracking. So
It's tracking.
It was 18% 2023, and then the increase was 12.74% this year. Next year's increase is going to be around 20%, roughly.
So when I got into solar in 2016, from where the price of electricity was, because that was when we installed our first solar system at our first branch. From 2016 until now, we've seen 3x.
That's not sustainable. They're going to cause
For the
riots.
country.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're going to cause riots.
Unfortunately, and the projection from this point, from right now going forward, for the next 5 years is also, again, 15% average year on year for 5 years.
They're asking for 44 next year.
To the
But
double.
they've learned. They asked for 20 and they get 10. So now they're asking for 44. And NERSA goes, keep the lights on, we might give you a proper increase. So there's no load shedding. The increase comes now. The thing is they've always been allocating like almost half of what they were asking for. So even if they don't get 22%, I can guarantee it'll still be double digits and will be roughly about 15 to 18 that'll be approved. Now that year on year, how it
15 to 18%.
yes on electricity, correct. The question was, Eskom asked them for 44% next year.
Sure.
So the lights staying on, the lights being on at the moment is a political.
No, I mean, it's,
gonna-
I can tell you the lights being on right now is not really just political or whatever it is. There's other countries that have been shut off, but the reason why lights are on, sitting over here.
Yeah.
Last year, you
It's the
guys
capacity
installed
added to-
so much solar that the ones that needed it is needing less now. You can see the energy availability factor shooting through the roof. Why? Because nobody needs it from them anymore. So now they've got excess capacity.
Puts a big additional pressure on the price.
Yeah.
Because as people drop out of the grid.
Yes.
Because they self-generated, it actually, they need the same revenue.
Yo.
Who's got solar on the roof?
Yeah, but
here?
hold on. Sorry, hold on. Wait, if what you're saying is true, then you've got another macro problem.
You're losing the paying customer.
I was about to say.
That's exactly what I want to say. You're losing the paying customer.
The pressure on rates is even more extreme because the more people that fall out of the paying customer base, they still need to generate the same amount of revenue in order to run Eskom. So they have to get more from the people that remain.
So, Vusi, you want to...
Who, by the way, it must be said, and this is not a political or racial point, it's a statement of fact, that the majority of the people who will remain on grid will be those without the means to move off it, which you can infer from that to mean who will be those least able to afford a price increase. This is a shitstorm.
Can I just say
So that's what we should have called this class.
Yes, Claude.
A shitstorm.
Claude,
Can I, yes, so municipalities and Eskom are busy revisiting the whole factoring of energy. So where our base model was always the kilowatt hours that's been sold.
Yeah.
But because there's less kilowatt hours sold, fixed rates are going to increase exponentially.
Say what you just said in English.
So your connections, for instance, at your house, there would be for the size connection that you have to the municipality, you pay a fixed rate for that.
Right.
Historically, that percentage was very low
Right.
versus the kilowatt hour, the consumption.
Right.
Now, that model there is based on kilowatt hours. How do we displace kilowatt hours? Because that's the most expensive portion of your bill. But the fixed rate is now going to be increased, or there's a lot of talk.
pay to just have availability and don't pay for what you're using anymore.
Wait. What?
Yes.
Aye.
That is what is happening.
That can't be.
I promise you, that's what's happening. So think about it this way. Every 4 panels we sell, takes in 1 year 2,000 Rand off Eskom's revenue. Okay. I'm not the only seller of panels.
Sure.
We sell roughly about 50 to 70,000 panels per month. Extrapolate that over a year. Extrapolate that because remember, when I sell these 4 panels, they're taking 2,000 Rand per year off their revenue line.
I get you.
For the next 20 years.
Sure.
So it's not those panels that we sold is the 2,000's gone next year, it's back.
I get it.
It stays gone for the next 20 years.
I get it.
Now, in South Africa, we deployed last year, I think 4.5 gigawatts worth of rooftop solar. So 4.5 gigawatts multiplied by 1,500 is the annual production. Multiplied by, let's call it 2 Rand.
So how is, again, we'll take a break, I promise.
Yeah.
So how are they going to make this sustainable? Because it can't be.
So everybody's moving to renewables. So you have a solar system.
Yeah, but how are they going to make the entire grid sustainable? Because
Easy.
they still got to run Eskom.
So what they want to do is you have a solar system. You're going to use solar 90% of the time. But when it's cloudy, you're going to need the grid. So we won't charge you for what you're using from the grid. But just to have it for that cloudy day, it's going to cost you 5 grand.
Sahat. No. You're going to charge me for options. That's what you're basically saying.
Yes, because grid was first. Now solar is first, battery is second, grid is lost now. So what happens is, but to be there, just for me to be there. So don't, you get to go and I say, there is beer available at the restaurant. But
You
you
may
don't
or
want
may
to
not
drink
drink
the,
it, yeah,
you may
yeah.
or may not drink
But
it.
I'm
But
gonna
hang
bill
on,
you, yeah.
because I have beer
I'm gonna charge you
available,
X amount.
you paying $50 just to have a seat at the table.
Entrance fee.
Entrance fee.
No, guys, that's not going to fly.
It's the same. We
Is that what the 250 story
That's what
is?
that's just to have electricity or to have the option of electricity.
Wait, is this legal?
What they do now is they take this thing and they charge people with. I've actually got a thing now with it, but the 250 is to have it there where they only give the people the reduced. You're only allowed 10 amps or whatever if
Yes.
of load shedding. So and when they give them load shedding, that increases a lot the actual units.
The actual unit. So you go
so
over
it's
what
there,
your
it's done.
so you've got this instead of load shedding, it's called load reduction. And if you go over, you pay more. They take more of your prepaid tokens. And if you go over too many times, you get shut off. And then you get real load shedding.
You know, my concern here, if what we're saying extrapolates to be true, is what this is going to do to businesses. I mean, I can understand the households, don't get me wrong, and large
But
companies will always have enough money. But it's, you know, it's the guys around here, it's the actual businesses at the backbone of the economy. This is going to be disastrous.
Yeah, because that's where the market is.
Precisely where the market is, for sure.
You must take this model now down to the rural area.
Yeah.
To have alternatives.
So when you take it down to the rural area, you can imagine you do a project, people that cannot afford solar, install solar system, cheap solar system for the rural area
Yeah.
as a ESG project.
I'm with you.
Then next month, so now that they didn't have electricity,
Got you.
so now you give them something.
Yeah.
The municipality comes, deploys electricity. They go, "Oh, no, I don't need it, but hang on, you have to pay 250 Rand to have it. But I don't need it, I've got solar. Hang on. We are putting the tap here. If you drink from it or not,
It's like paying a toll.
it's like paying a toll.
And you actually notice that if you don't recharge your prepaid meter for some time, and you put in 2,000 rands, you get like 100 tokens, 100 units.
Yeah, but they're not
Because the last 4 months,
And you
the-
get 800 units for argument's sake.
the last 4
Oh,
the
yeah, this
250.
thing has happened to me.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you had hacked my recharge thing. Ah, guys, this is big stuff.
So you say,
And
no,
helping
I'm not going
consumers
to use
understand
that.
this is everything. Eh?
I've got 1,000 units of electricity. I've got solar. I don't need it. And then you go take a year because you've now used all of the 1,000 units over this year.
Depends on winter.
Yeah. So winter happens. So you start using a little bit of that. Now it's been a year since you bought electricity. So you go, okay, I want to buy 1,000 rands with electricity. So you go, no power. Where's the tokens? No, nothing. That 1,000 Rand just covered the first 4 months that you didn't buy is 250 Rand. Okay, cool. Buy another 1,000 Rand. Still no tokens.
That's illegal.
That just covers
I'm sorry.
the 8 months.
That can't be legal. That can't be legal. I'm gonna call Wayne.
That is
at Alta.
exactly what
That's
is
bullshit.
going to happen.
It is legal. I bought it at our lower warehouse in Brackenfell, 4,500 rands before I got 100 units. Because I last bought end of winter last year.
Recovering all the times that they didn't have the monthly
It's like
availability.
these guys have a business plan to take themselves out of business.
Of course.
Just a question about what it's doing to businesses.
JP, we have to take a break, but let's just do the last one.
Yeah.
So on businesses, it's actually a good thing because it's a bad thing for the normal household guy, the residential guy. Businesses have to spend the money they've got made. They got to go to CO2 emission friendly in a certain time, let's say 2050. So it's a forcing thing for businesses to go green anyway, and it's now more forcing them to go off grid basically.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing for us, for the supplier, for the installers, and for the businesses. So this is just forcing them to a better green environment in business, because spending your own money is difficult, but spending the company's money, it's much more easier. So your question in terms of business, in business sense, it's a better thing. it's actually a good thing. It's the residential guy that's going to go down. It's going to struggle.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, as we take a break, I will say that with all of the challenges and difficulties we have already, this is not going to be good for nation building. Because
No.
you do know how this is going to look politically, right?
Yeah.
You
You don't know
where
what's
this is
going to be the
go.
whiplash about it.
Exactly.
Right.
Right?
Because it's going
Or
to,
stealing of power,
yeah,
illegal connection.
illegal connections.
Two of my farm workers has been without power now for 6 weeks. The transformer blew up because of
Illegal
overloading
connections, yeah.
of
Illegal connection.
connections. Eskom just said they're not going to replace the transformer. So they've been paying for power, but they don't have power. 6 weeks, there's no power.
We all got animated as we're supposed to take a break.
Yeah.
Just before we go, one of the things I can't figure out tonight, I asked somebody who works at, I think it's Joburg Water this, because you know they come around if you live in the suburbs and they do their little inspections. It's like, how come I never see you guys? And you know, there's certain parts of the country you'll just never see them do these inspections. And he basically said to me, he was like, listen, because I want to live, eh? I'm not showing up at a certain place and cutting off somebody's water. And connected to that water are 5 other people and 5 other households. I'm trying to. He says, you guys in the suburbs, you're the easy target. He said, I come, I cut tomorrow. You're there making a noise, and then you're paying the bill, and you know we pay. You know they figured us out with electricity and water. It's a bit like tax that you'll pay first and you argue later. And by the time you're arguing, they drag you through the process so much anyway that you just kind
pay.
of leave it there. But listen, this is for households. This is a huge,
It's a huge thing.
issue.
Yeah.
But again, you know, based on our conversation here,
How
for yourselves
good-
as businesses,
How is that for you? But you still want to go play at X divided by 2 less 20%.
all right, let's take a break. How long is our break? Do we know?
Like just a quick 15 minutes, I think, just so somebody can just cut. All right. I think, have you got me back here? Yeah. Okay. So how are you guys finding it so far? Interesting. It's good. I think what we'll step into now is maybe just engaging a little bit more with you guys, and then on the step of how we going to scale or help you scale the business going forward. So I'm just waiting for Vusi to finish up there, and then we'll get it going. Do I have to build it? Of course he is. Exactly. Anticipation. Yeah, we're adding friction to this conversation now. Just enough friction. We'll talk about the price now. Okay. All right. You got a coffee?
Tea this time.
Tea this time.
We've had too many coffees already. Having some good tea. Having some good tea. So before we get started with this next segment, I wanted to ask you, if you were talking to your 19-year-old self
Yeah.
about if you were talking to your 19-year-old self about how you're going to scale your business, what would you say to them?
Well, obviously now there will be way more learning experiences. That's
For sure.
that there's been. So I think if my 19-year-old self was it's actually quite difficult that you say my 19-year-old self, because my 19-year-old self was somebody that was just like not interested in business at all.
Really?
Oh no, it was party, clubs, Joel, that was all that it was. So I think if I had to have a conversation with my 19-year-old self, there will be less words and more fists.
Sure. So
tell him-
which old self of you would be the one you're talking to then?
So I'd have to beat him up a bit and get him out of, what he was doing back then. But, when I got started in the business, and I think for me, the history of how I got involved in the business is I started out literally, I left school, went to varsity, and it was all about the Joel at varsity. So I went to go study beer accounting to become an auditor. And 1 year in, I told my dad, I said, listen, we're doing two things here. One thing is I'm wasting your money. Number two, I'm wasting my time.
Sure.
So I just don't, because for me, leaving school, it was, there's like, if you think about the old generation, and I've got people that are working with me that are actually old mates, but how it was is you'll go, then get a qualification. Back then it was like becoming somebody that worked at Transnet was a big job, So you get a qualification. I had to become an electrician because he was one, and everybody that worked there was one. So you have to become an electrician. And I said to him, I'm not the kind of guy that sees myself crawling around in roof spaces. And they said, well, if you want to come work in the business, then the only other option is you have to get a qualification. So maths and accounting was my two strongest subjects at school. So I said, well, let me go study beer accounting. And 1 year in, I realized I was wasting his money and my time. And I said, okay, I'm done with this. I'll come work. And he said, well, you've got no qualifications. Here's an overall and a broom. And that's where I started. So if I were to talk to that self again, I'd say that starting there was the best thing that you could have ever done. Look, I hated it at that stage because not only was pocket money gone, it was you're paying for rent now, you've got all of that coming in. But going through the business and learning all of that, it was great, and I absolutely understand everything in the business. The one thing that I can go back and tell myself is that you should stop using your own time and your own money to try and build this business, because my dad and them built this business through only the one thing is debt was an absolute no. It was something that nobody touched because the bank would then be your business partner.
Sure.
But yet they don't take any dividends, so I really didn't understand that. And we were really growing at a very small pace. But we were five kids at that stage that was in the business.
Sure.
And I soon realized that, look, the day that he's gone and not here anymore, this business is not going to be able to take care of the 5 kids with their families and grandchildren, because I'm the youngest. So you must understand, they already have grandchildren.
Sure.
And the thing is there's no ways that the business at that stage in Bloemfontein, the way that it was, small electrical wholesaler, was going to take care of all of these people. So we opened up the branch in Kimberley. I went there, started that thing up, and got called back to Bloem to come and run the whole thing. And it was quite difficult because I was the chief, but I had 4 chiefs looking over my shoulder the whole time. So you're never actually the chief.
Who were the 4 chiefs?
My brothers and my
right,
father
family.
and his business partner, and everybody was looking over the shoulder. So the one thing that I tell myself is, if you want to scale this business, you need to, number one, use other people's time, other people's money. Debt is not a swear word. It is something that you can use to scale, as long as you have got the respect for the money and you understand that the debt is affordable. And they also enjoyed this thing about, they had this big pride about, I'm paying all of my customers, or all of my suppliers, 30 days, or cash, because I'm getting a settlement discount of 2.5%. So the OPM thing and 30 days, now what we are doing is completely the opposite, because it's like the way that Pick n Pay and everybody works. You get the money, but you don't pay for the product.
100%.
You stretch that as far as you can, because this way you are leveraging other people's money, while providing yourself working capital to work in the business. And you've got debt, and as long as you are returning more than 1% a month, which is 12% a year, you are actually able to service that debt. So if you are able to return 15% a month, giving 1% away to the bank to enable you to do that 15% and scale the business is really the one thing that I wish I learned earlier, because we would have gotten to this point a lot sooner. We would have grown the electrical business the way that the solar business grew, which is now one of the things that we find as a barrier of entry, because we've deployed 10 branches across the country. Our Bloemfontein branch has really been a solid electrical wholesaler, same as Kimberley, same as George, and they've always been strong in the electrical side. But we find the barrier to entry in Cape Town for the electrical business and all of that quite difficult. Although we are a big, well-known, strong brand in the country, we still struggle to get to that thing about the electrical portion, which was our core business, because we've somehow gone from being an electrical wholesaler to the #1 solar distributor in the country, and leaving that portion behind because this was just like growing. So growing too fast is also one of the biggest things that you need to watch out for, because the way you realize that you're growing too fast is that the customer complaints start becoming more.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And
So
unsustainably high. Yeah.
You need to track, because there'll always be complaints. You'll always have people that are not happy. But as long as you are managing the unhappy customers at a certain level while you are growing, things are good. As soon as that starts going up, you need to say, oh, hold on, something's going wrong here. There's too many complaints. I mean, look at my technical center. What we realized is we were selling, and all of a sudden the return rate, which is supposed to be less than 1%, is start pushing up to like 13, 14%. And you're like, hang on, something needs to change, because what's happening is all of these 35,000 Rand 5-star guys are now starting to buy our product because the customers are demanding it.
Got you.
But they're installing it the 35,000 Rand way, and then they're coming, oh, this thing is broken, out-of-box failure. You know, we've got this word called OBF, out-of-box failure. So every product, imagine this, you have this product that gets tested, actually run in a factory before it gets packaged. And then it gets here, and the guy takes it out, and he says, puts it on the wall, and he goes, but it's broken. And then it's like, but what do you mean it's broken? Because it was tested. I didn't open the box before I delivered it to you. You installed it. Yeah, but I did nothing wrong on the installation. It's okay, well, bring it in. You know that smell?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
everything that we sell works with smoke.
Right.
So when it comes in a box with foam around it and a plastic bag. People actually think that plastic bag's to protect. No, what you do is that plastic bag is when the smoke starts coming out, you catch it so that you can put it back in the machine. Because when the smoke is out, it doesn't work anymore. You know? That's what the plastic bag's for. But, you know, and you can smell that this thing's been
That's
burnt,
good.
and you can see exactly where it went wrong, and you're like, no, but it was an out-of-box failure. You know, they break out of the box. Yes, they do. You take it out of the box, you install it, and it breaks. It's not an out-of-box failure. It's a pepcac failure.
Okay.
You know what it says?
Problem
you know,
exists between
keyboard and chair.
Yeah. And your this thing about using other people's money.
Yeah.
I mean, let's make it practical. I'm running my own business. And I've got to be profitable. I've got to make sure I pay my VAT on time, pay my salaries on time, my rent on time. How do I start using other people's money?
Well, there's a lot of other people's money that you can use. So first thing is deposit up front, which is what majority of these guys are doing. They use the customer's money to go
Right.
buy the product.
Right.
Now, my CFO is listening here. He's not going to like what I'm saying. But what you do is once you establish a relationship with your supplier, you can actually take the customer's money, not buy the product with the customer's money. You take the customer's money and put it in your bank account. You'll earn interest. Then go to the supplier that you've got a relationship with and say, listen here, I need this product, and I'm going to do the installation at this customer, and then when I'm done with it, I will pay you for it, which means the customer is paying you a deposit's yours, but then he'll pay you a balance payment once you're finished.
Right.
But when you've got terms with your supplier, you can actually get the goods on credit.
Right.
Go do the installation while that money is sitting in the bank account. Then get the payment from that side, and then only pay the supplier, not when you finish the job, 30 days after you've taken the goods, which now gives you a cash flow that you can start growing your business. Now imagine this extrapolated over time with more and more and more installs. By the time you're paying for the first inverter that you took from the supplier, you've literally done like 20 installs. So you're sitting with 20 people's full payment money when you are paying for the first one, and then it'll go on and roll on and be paying. So you're building up a working capital without actually sticking any money into it.
Something on this working capital, you know, when we discuss this in our firm, we try to use like a biological imagery. So the way we think about it is this: sales is the pulse of the company. So flat sales, you're dead. Sales is the pulse. And the more your sales is going up, you know, your heart rate's up, you're exercising a bit, you're moving around a lot more. So if we walk into a company that we're thinking about doing business with, one of the things I look for is what we call the pulse. Just how many people are walking around?
Yeah.
And it's such a like a simple thing to look for. Are there people walking around? This is a good simple one. How many times does the phone at reception ring? Just go and sit at the head office and just listen. And if that phone is buzzing like crazy, there's a pulse. Now, it could be warehouse phoning, you know, head office complaining about stuff. But what it tells you is that there's some general activity, there's stuff going on. Especially when you're dealing with like mid-size, we find a lot of this. The minute it's like mid-size companies, family-owned businesses, just sit around and look a little bit for the pulse. If you've ever been to any retail outlet on a weekend, you know that the pulse on a Saturday is different to Wednesday afternoon, right? And so if you go and look at their revenues, the turnovers are going to reflect that, higher pulse. So we think of sales as like, this is the pulse of the company, right? We think of inventory as literally the skeleton because it holds the body together. No inventory, no business. Which means we've got to figure out a way between making sure that we're getting the right pulse, but also that we have the skeleton that can support the structure. And then the most important is we think of cash as oxygen. You can have the right skeleton, all the rest of it, but if there's no oxygen, this body's going to die. And so often what the other thing you're trying to balance is making sure, now you can think about it from a cardiovascular perspective. The more activity, the higher the pulse, the more oxygen you need.
Needed.
Do you get it? And it's very interesting, you'll notice how many businesses push up on the one and then they just don't manage the other. And you know, sales is a great way to die. It's called overtrading, right? Where you're chasing this business and it's great business and it looks fantastic and you've now modeled into the next 3, 4, 5 years into your future and it's all going to be fantastic. But you know, as I always say to my team, I've never paid your salaries from Excel. So Excel is a great planning tool, but it's not the business. Right? Salaries at the end of the day get paid from the cash that we have. And sometimes what you're trying to do is to make sure that you just get the heart rate and the oxygen going up at the same time. And that you don't hold too much inventory because, you know, if skeleton is a bit, you know, too large, it's also not going to be fit for purpose, right? But to the question I wanted to ask you, you scaled over a period of time quite quickly.
Really quickly, yeah.
How did you manage? Because true story, I've actually seen this kill businesses. I've seen businesses overtrade. And it's the worst thing, because actually what happens is the business looks like it's doing unbelievably well, and by all of the metric that the management team is looking at, it is doing well, but there aren't any signals that things are about to turn. And then usually what happens is there are 3 or 4 key things that happen. The first is some major customers who don't pay on time. And then suddenly there's a scramble for cash, right? And then the second thing is suppliers will then put you on terms. Now there's a scramble for stock. Scramble for cash, scramble for stock. Here are the rules of life. Anytime you play defense, you're not playing offense. You can't play both. And so you constantly want to be on offense, not defense, right?
And so the minute these things happen, what happens is
You go
it's,
to
it's
defense.
you go in defense mode. So now it's, how do I get customers to pay me as quickly as possible? How do I get as much cash? And let me get some overdraft facilities, some financing from the banks. How do I stabilize the ship? Which is fine, we've been there. But to be clear, all you're doing here is you're playing defense. The guy you're competing with across the road, he's all offense, baby. He's doing this, he's doing price friction, he's hiring people, he's testing products, he's doing that stuff. You're just like, whoa, do we have enough cash, right? And so the question I wanted to ask you is, as you did this, how did you make sure that the one followed in tandem with the other?
Okay, so there was quite a lot. So, I mean, we scaled from 230 people to 430 people. So this business is geared towards where big revenue is, but revenue did come down. So one of the things that we have is that's actually, so you've got all of these costs in a business. So you've got the logistics costs, you've got the salaries, you've got everything. So what I have is, in my business, my sales team are very much commission driven. Generously, but they need to sell, and with them selling, they get to earn. But when it turns for them as well. So I've basically got like a mini business inside my business. Now, I'm in the distribution business. It's completely different for the installer business. But we managed to keep the costs to run parallel with the revenue. That when it goes down, the revenue comes, the costs come down. When it goes up, the costs go up. So it's not at that place where you end up pushing up the cost, and then all of a sudden the bottom line just
Bottoms
disappears and falls out. But yes, what happened with us is, and this is like a real life experience for us, is we had this crazy boom, we had the stock, we had the everything, and then all of a sudden the prices came down. So now you must imagine you're sitting on this massive inventory that's not just been devalued by 50%. So then you have to make the decision. You know, you can sit there and wallow in your sorrows, but I've got the saying is the first hit. It's always the best hit. You say you're never going to line yourself up for Mike Tyson's like right hook.
100%.
I'm saying when the punches are flying, just get the first one done and get out on the other side. So what we did is we realized that the market is going to play there now. We need to go and chase the market. And the thing that fell out was the residential industry, because that's just such an emotional business.
Got you.
Because it's like, oh, I don't have power, I need solar now. Because people have got this thing about solar is for load shedding, but it's not. And they're going to catch the whiff of that now when they realize where these prices are starting to catch them. But
that's actually a very good point. I'd never thought of that. The original value proposition was make yourself load shedding resilient, rather than make sure it's affordable access to energy, right? Yeah, it's a very good point.
So we're in CNI, which is the bigger business space, those guys, they're looking at where the prices are going, and they need to reduce bottom line. So historically, when we started out, we were more CNI driven. Then last year, load shedding came on, we adapted into the resi market. What happened is a lot of our customers said, oh, no, we're done with CNI, we're going to play this residential game. And then they went there, and then it fell out, and they're like, what did we do? And they've forgotten about all of their CNI customers. But then what happened is during this role, all the new players came in, and some of them were good, and some of them were horrible. But the ones that were good actually said, well, hang on, here's this market that somebody's neglecting at the moment.
Right.
And they went there. While everybody was playing on the soccer field, they saw that the rugby field was unoccupied. So they started occupying this. By the time that the CNI market jumped up, a lot of the guys that left the rugby field to go play on the soccer field came back and said, but there's no more space for me on the rugby field anymore. So it got replaced. And so we were lucky enough that we've got big enough brands and products that we are distributors for, that the pivot for us between residential and CNI is quite easy, because we've got a product portfolio that covers both.
Got you.
Where you've got these guys that now took a bond on their house, bought a whole bunch of residential inverters, stuck them in their garage, and they were trading at 5%. Now they're going, nobody wants to buy this stuff anymore.
Sure.
can't install it in my house. I only need one. There's like 100 sitting in my garage.
Sure.
And then they start liquidating stock into the market at, let's just see if we can recover 20 cents in the rand. So what I realized is that before I need to compete with those guys that's going to take 20 cents in the rand, I need to take 80. And I need to take it now. That when everybody realized...
So that's how you got the first punch in.
Yeah, so when everybody...
Very unpopular management decision, though, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Eh?
So when we did it, we actually had cash back. So the stock gets turned into cash.
Yeah.
But now what happens is everybody in the market's got all of this, and
Yeah.
obviously the importers are, or the manufacturers are like, oh, we want business.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to give them business. What happened is it was a seller's market. Now it's a buyer's market. So what do you need when it's a buyer's market? You need cash. When it's a seller's market, you need stock. So we had stock. It started turning into a buyer's market. We immediately realized, all right, we're not going to get 1 rand anymore. We take 80 cents, get it back in. Now it's a buyer's market. So now what we do is while everybody is trying to get 50 cents in the rand, you back up with a supplier. You go, 90 days payment terms, 20 cents is what I'm offering. This is what I'm willing to put on the table. And they go like, first glance, no.
Sure.
Then a month goes by, and then they realize there's nothing coming out of South Africa. So what happens is they go, okay, maybe we should entertain this. And then they come and you go, but hang on, that offer was last month. The offer is this now. And every time they go no, the offer
progressively lower.
Progresses low. So now what happened is we went from a stage where we were sitting on 100 megawatts worth of panels to literally oversubscribed and sold out. Where now you can make offers because nobody is buying. You are the only buyer in a buyer's market because the other guys are all sitting on it. So that's the key thing, and it works in a distribution business, because in a distribution business, and especially with customers that are price sensitive, you still have to offer the value, but the value is what looks after, because there's commodities like panels, it's got a market price. But everybody's going, oh, I'll take 1% margin, 0.5% margin, 0 margin. Well, I'm going like, well, you guys are wanting to sell there. That's the price that everybody's selling at. I want to be at least 5% cheaper than them. And then I still want to make another 15%. And then I want to use somebody else's money. So I go to the supplier, I say, this is the offer, 30 days payment terms, take it or leave it. And they take it. So all of a sudden, my business becomes profitable again.
Got you.
I'm the market leader. I have the extra added value. And we are able to roll over because we are selling and they are not selling, and nobody is willing to take the loss. They just want to break even, where we are making margin when there's no margin available.
How did your competitors react when you did this?
What?
This exactly what you're explaining.
They hit.
Yeah.
No, when I took the hit, my phone rang off the hook. My phone rang off the hook, and it was competitors saying, how are you doing this? You know, you paid even more for that. And it's free market, baby.
Obviously, one of the things you recognize is that you operate within a supply chain.
Yes.
And so if you are constrained in the distribution end, then your suppliers recognize that there's a constraint. And so you manage to leverage your pain and make it their pain.
Make it their pain.
Yeah, it's clever.
But you first take the pain. Because the thing is at that point where the pain is happening, you can't make it their pain yet because they just don't care. We just did a delivery. We've got money. So now you take the hit, you wait, you sit back, you wait for them to start feeling what you're feeling. And then that hit that you took, you account for it and you push it back up.
I want to understand a little bit, you and I had this conversation, I just want to understand a little bit about kind of how you think from your management philosophy around building a business. So separate all of this financial engineering stuff, managing working capital, which it must be said is really the lifeblood of a business, right? Working capital. But just run me through, like, when you think around leadership and management of a business, when you take over from dad and then you think about how do you imprint your own set of values. What are like the top 5 things at the back of your mind that you went, these are the kind of things I need to build a business around?
So the first thing for me is you have no customer, you have no business.
Right.
So it's not about the customer's always right. They are wrong a lot of the times. But you have to make them feel like their opinion matters and their voices are heard.
Gotcha.
So there's no point in getting in an argument with a customer about you know that he's wrong and you telling him he's wrong, but telling him he's wrong is just going to piss him off. What needs to happen is you need to hear. So I've got this amazing thing that I always show people is, you know, you've got to take a piece of paper and you draw a 6 on it and you put it flat down on the table and you ask the person on that side, what do you see? And they go, a 9. And I'm saying, no, but it's a 6. Because from my point of view, it's a 6. From their point of view, it's a 9.
Sure.
So you need to understand is that you're going to hear what their point of view is and you're going to listen to their concerns and you are going to do something about it. But you are going to help them right at the end of the day. So for me, customers are number one key. If you don't have customers, you don't have anything. There's quite a difference. There's customers and there's clients. So a customer is somebody that makes a purchase. A client is somebody that comes back and promotes you and tells people about you and the great experience that they had with you. So for me, the customer experience is the number one thing. So to get back to, you know, building your business. So my biggest struggle was I was running this owner-managed business.
Right.
And all of a sudden, it's 10 branches, 400 people. You had to get a team in that can handle it. So with this scale, I actually built myself a management team. And
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. Before you tell me about the management team you built, tell me about the management team you inherited. And how did you make was it the same people? Did you keep people? Did you lose people? Because you know, a lot of us struggle with that, right? Like,
I inherited a management team that was basically employees, me, the manager, and a bunch of people looking up over me. So then we got into a discussion about selling the business because all of us got into that. And my dad was past retirement age and everybody, and we all sat down and we made a decision that we're going to sell the business.
sure.
Went out to the market, found buyers, got private equity, invest. Private equity said, we're in, but we want you to be in as well, and we want you to have skin in the game.
Right.
So at that stage, what happened is I got in. I lost all of my chiefs
Gotcha.
that were there, and I had this private equity partner. And private equity partner, what's nice about the ones that I have, they look at the bottom line, but they say, we don't know anything about running the business. You understand the business. We understand money. What we're going to help you with is we're going to help you build all of these financial models to gear the business to grow. So I actually am fortunate enough that I didn't really inherit a lot of management team. I actually inherited a lot of employees. But the employees that when I came on board and I explained to them the way that I want to do things and brought in new people, and I've got a young team. I mean, if you look around, my team is quite young. The biggest struggle for me was the employees that were there for 20 years, that are quite old, to now stick a 30-year-old person is going to be their new manager.
Fun times.
The old ponies, they don't learn new tricks and they don't take to that really, really easily. But when I put them in place, I think my advice to them was just do what you do and do it the way that you can do it. You will earn respect because respect is not given, it gets earned.
Nice.
And over time, I can tell you that I've got people that are in their 50s with managers above them that's in their 30s. And the level of respect is amazing. Because they just realize that this 30-year-old with a qualification can do more than what I could do with 50 years of doing this job.
So you then decide I'm going to hire more professional people.
Yeah.
Now, there's always a distance in a way between where the business is that it can absorb those professional people. I don't know if you guys have had this, but certainly I have, where sometimes how do I explain this? It's a bit like hiring a pilot, but you only still have a quantum. Like you're building the plane, but it's not a plane yet.
Yeah.
And you recognize to fly it, I'm going to need pilots, but better get the pilots in now while we're in the quantum and we're building. Or did you go, okay, let's build the plane, pilots, and I'll come?
No, I was the CFO, the COO, the CEO, The MD.
So you were the pilot, the cabin crew, the
That's
technical
it. I
crew.
was doing everything. I
Gotcha.
was driving the Quantum, but I was the driver, the guy at the door collecting the money, the one that's taking the money at the end of the day and taking it to the bank, and the one handing out drinks inside the Quantum, because that was what I was doing. And what happened is it really became just at a level where it was too much for me to do this. And I did have other people with me that we, said, okay, so this will be my COO and this will be that. But once you get to that scale, you soon realize that it was actually not me realizing. It was my accountant that became the CFO at that stage. That was great for the 3-branch business. Came to me and said to me, I'm struggling a bit with this growth. And what's nice when you have these people that you've been dealing with them with so long is you get to that place and level of respect where when you put somebody into a job, they'll come back and tell you, this is not for me,
I got
and
you.
I am struggling. So at that stage, then we said, okay, so we had a CFO for 3 branches. Now we've got a 10-branch business that's doing 5 times or 6 times the revenue. We now need a 6 times revenue CFO, and we went out and gone headhunting for that. So, but at the end of the day, if I have to go back now, and there's people in my team that keep telling me, we got this. You should not be focusing on this.
Still very hard to do, right?
It is.
Hey?
It's
Once you've had your finger in the kitchen, it's very hard to sit in the,
in the lounge.
in the lounge and hear and have somebody it smells like too much turmeric.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
So it's very difficult, and then you also need to manage that these various managers need to be able to work together and on a level that the way that it was with you. Because the craziest thing is they'll work together, but they'll leave out one piece of information. Just one small thing, Forex rate, for argument's sake.
Right. Yeah. Hey, nah. Yeah.
And the whole thing falls apart. And you have to try and manage that and get it to a place where there's no finger pointing and say, look, we've got this problem with this. The egg has been scrambled now. We can't unscramble the egg. So now we need to make a decision to say, okay, well, we're either going to serve it like this or we're going to burn it and we're going to continue and try and go buy new eggs. So, yeah, one of JP's favorite sayings is, you can't unscramble the egg.
Isn't that the truth, eh? Still hard to realize. Still hard to, it's like, that spilt milk thing. If you were to think about your top 3 failings in your scale journey, we often talk about the successes.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
But let's be honest, there's tons of stuff we get wrong. If you were to think about your top 3 failings as you were scaling, what would you say they are?
Number 1 was I took a massive hit.
Mike Tyson type hit?
Yeah, no, proper. So this was back when I was running a 7 million rand a month revenue branch. And we had this customer that we dealt with, and he got a job at a mine and everything, and he came to us and we want to do this at the mine. It's running off-grid, so there needs to be a generator. But we want to, deal the whole thing through you because you're supplying all of the other things that goes with it. And but we've been dealing with this company in Joburg that has this generator available, and what we willing to do is we'll pass the supplier to you, and we're willing to pay you a percentage, fee, but then you need to add everything that's with it, and it becomes like one big deal. And I said, okay, great. And, assuming that it's good, the customer said they've got this lead, and we ended up, I buy the generator, I think I paid 1.4 million rand for that then.
Okay.
So this generator comes, and it is in pieces. The pictures, the DD that my customer did,
Yes.
now I make the payment. Now I get there, now I invoice him. And he's
Yes.
like, I'm not paying for this. But you brought this lead to me.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is what it looked like. So I say, well, it's not. So this is where we're sitting with now. But you brought the customer. And I ended up in a legal battle with those guys. And the money for the legal battle just went so far that I literally went to somebody else and I said to them, that does generator refurbishments. And I said to him, look, I've got this thing. Will you buy it off me? And he offered me 120,000 rand.
From how much did you pay?
1.4
1.4 million, and then you'd spent money on legals?
Yeah, I spent money on legals, all of that. You know what stuck with me at that stage was I was a 10% shareholder in that branch business. And the one thing that sat with me was like, I only lost 10% of my money, but I bent somebody else's cash. I literally binned, what was it, 1.2 million rand of somebody else's money
Got you.
on this deal that I did. And I recovered 120,000, of which like 10 grand is mine and like 90 grand's theirs. And that stuck with me because that was a proper beating I took. You know, you're doing a business that does 7 million revenue, you're doing bottom line maybe 10%, 700,000.
Yeah, it's,
You write off 2 months worth of profitability.
that's going to
And they I just realized that like DD is super, super important. You don't trust somebody else's DD, you do your own DD always. And that was one of my biggest, because that was my first one I took. And that hit of 1.4 million rand that we took back there was something that like literally hit me so hard that I found it quite difficult to get over it. But I took the 120,000 rand, and I said, look, I'm going to take this 120,000 rand. I'm going to, in my Excel, which is great for design, park this 120,000. I'm going to literally
Give me another one.
take that 120,000 rand. I'm going to buy something and I'm going to sell it again, because that's what I do. I buy and sell. And then the profit, I'm going to put it there and I'm going to take the money again and I'm going to buy and sell it. And I'm going to make back this 1.4 million. Today I can say I'm proud of it. After we took the hit, it took me about 3 months to get my head wrapped around it. But after that 3 months, I said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to run this calculation. Every time I do a deal, I'm going to see how long it's going to take. And it took me 3 months to make the money back. So that was where I learned this thing about bad experiences. You shouldn't let the bad experience get you down. You should take whatever you get out of the bad experience, take it as a lesson, and then get yourself back up and go out and do it. Because nobody's going to do it for yourself. While you're feeling sorry for yourself, nobody's going to come down and say.
What's that?
So that was one of my first failures.
So before you share the other two, I must tell you guys, I hate losing money. I'm allergic to losing money first. But I especially hate losing money to bad trades like this. Because it's avoidable.
It's things that are there.
You know, we had, in one of our businesses, we had, in our publishing business, we had a distributor that went bust. But they didn't tell us. They basically got taken over, went through the business rescue process, and just pre-liquidation, we get the notice. But between the time when things started going wrong and then was about 7 months. And they just collected stock on stock on stock on stock from us. I think we probably lost about 800,000 rand. And I hate stuff like that. It's the worst feeling ever. And I don't know if you've ever had this, and before you share your other two failures, we used to have this incubator business. We had this customer, large listed company, still listed today. Terrible customer. You know those customers that just think they can bully you. Hate shit like this. You loathe the meeting with them because you just know there's always going to be something coming, some kind of ball left off field that you didn't see coming. And I remember the one time I had a meeting with the founder and chairman, and I could just immediately feel where this thing was going. And I'm sure you guys have been in the situation where you walk into the meeting, and less than 5 minutes into the meeting, you get the distinct feeling there was a meeting about this meeting. And the only person who wasn't informed was you. Right? And people even decided who's going to be Bart Simpson and who's going to play which character, right? And I just could smell this whole thing. It's a very short meeting. That meeting started for us what became a 4-year litigation process with that customer. Because then what they did was exactly what I thought they were going to do. Try to muscle us out. You've got a contract, then they try to muscle you out. And the minute they figure out that you're willing to fight back, then what they think they can do is throw even bigger muscles. And when they figure out you can't be intimidated, then what they do is they try to use some sort of financial incentive. But it took 4.5 years. And those are, for me, those are the worst, because they also occupy unnecessary real estate in your head. Like you're supposed to be focusing on building your business, adding value, opening new branches, dealing with more customers, et cetera, but now you've got to deal with this cuck. And in South Africa, I'm sure you've had it before, but litigating in this country is just...
No, it's you avoid it.
I mean, it's... first, I don't know how you guys feel about this, and I promise we'll get back to your thing now, but I hate the idea that our high court is a court for public record. Right? In South Africa, if you and I have a fight and I sue you, above a certain threshold, I have to take the matter to the High Court. That becomes a matter for public record. Anybody in the public can pull that record.
Pull the record, yeah.
Now, people don't actually understand the implication of that. The implication of that is that if you and I can't have, by law, the protection to fight privately, it makes the cost of fighting prohibitively high. Because now sometimes it's just a fight you want to avoid.
Because you're fighting in public.
Well, not only because you find it's a matter for public record, but also, in my game, you're going to be doing a deal in future. Someone's going to do a Didi. Then they're going to come back to this thing. You're going to spend the next 20 years explaining
it to them.
Like, well, no, what actually happened was this, and then this happened, and then they gave them this. And I know there are other countries in the world. Australia, for instance, is one of them, where they're like, if you guys want to fight in private, you should have the right. In South Africa, they've now instituted this case lines thing, where you can log a matter on case lines. But it's still the secretariat and record-keeping system, particularly in the high courts up in Gauteng, leaks like a sieve. If you can litigate a matter anywhere but Johannesburg High Court, take my advice, do it. Because before that matter has even been registered on the roll, there's somebody at the Johannesburg High Court who's already picked up the paper. And if you are, Herholdt Group, and you are just on the Financial Times fastest growing companies in the world, they're already leaking that story to somebody. The matter hasn't even been registered on the roll yet. And it's something that I think they actually have to start, because that's the sanctity of the law, is it must protect the people who use it. And exercising public judgment in the middle of a matter that's not finished is garbage. Because then you have a side, then I have a side. Now every side must be heard. But like my missus says, the problem with South Africans is you guys like to copy all the bad shit America does. America says, we must fight in public, you guys want to fight in public. America says have reality TV, you guys want reality TV, right? It's
all the bad stuff.
All the bad stuff. What were the other two things that you would say?
Yeah, so
two kind of management philosophies.
Well, failures.
Yeah.
I'll get to the other one just now, but so personal failure that I've had was last year I was approached by somebody that actually went to school with me and friends of ours, and they just bought a business, and I actually knew the business that they bought because it was one of our tenants way back, and they bought this business, and I know it was a good business because it was a good business. And then they came to us and said, look, they've got like this cash flow problem that they're sitting with, because they've got work coming in, but they can't get more credit from their suppliers, and sort of like creating this bottleneck that they've got work on this side, but they can't buy all the stuff that they need to do the work. And then they now dropping the customers, so they're losing work on that side. So they've got like a cash flow situation. So in my personal capacity, I looked at it and I saw, these guys were profitable, but not really making good money. they had a pipeline book, they had everything there. And again, not doing DD, because you look at the pipeline and the work that they've got coming, but you don't phone
To confirm.
to confirm. So what happened is I looked at it and I said, okay, cool, it's medium risk. I'm going to invest some money into this, just help them out. But I did it at a pace where they actually wanted me to buy out, because they had two investors that were just, they weren't working in the business. They were just people that put money in. So I put money into this business on a loan basis and getting some interest off it. And helping them streamline some of their costs and everything, and to get the work coming out. So they were using the money. So the money was available on a draw basis. So they'd draw, and then they'd pay back, and then they'd draw, and they'd pay back, and then they'd draw, and they'd pay back. And it was going like this, and I was making a good percentage off it, sort of like bridging capital. And then all of a sudden they drew, and then they paid less, and then they drew that a little bit, but paid less, and then all of a sudden it was like, okay, pay, don't draw, and they pay, and then up to where they returned like a third of the money, and then this last portion was like just not happening. And I mean that's now gone into business rescue at a place where I lost personally some money again, and purely because I was doing it as a sideshow, and I wasn't focusing on it. So I was focusing
valuable lesson,
I was focusing on this business and growing this business and building this business. And to think about it, the money that I lost it's okay. I mean, the interest that I made off it's like my hit's not that bad. I'll most probably lose like half of it with all the interest that I've got. And you think, well, it was a sideshow, it was just something on the side. But when you sit down and think about it, you go like, you stupid freaking idiot. You know what? You should have just kept your focus. You would have recovered all the money, kept on going, and giving them some valuable lessons in life so they could grow, and you could be making more off the deal, but it was a sideshow. So the one thing that I can tell you is a sideshow is a shit show. That's one thing that I can tell you. If your business if you are not working on your business and you've got all of these little sideshows, trust me, they'll all become shit shows eventually.
Absolutely. I've lost more sleepless nights over the sideshows than the real show.
Yeah.
And the problem is when the sideshow starts taking the attention from the real show, now you have two shows that are not going well. It's a bit like when that might be a bad example. But there's this old joke in England about whatever happens with your side chick, just make sure you don't tell your wife, because you really want to make sure that you just keep your head focused on this. I will say just on this sideshow thing that sometimes we also have an overinflated sense of ourselves, right? And a friend of mine said something many years ago. We were on Dragon's Den together, and he said, Vusi, if you do two businesses when I do one, you need to believe that with 50% of your time, you can outcompete me with 100% of mine. He says, okay, now spread that over 4 companies. You've got to believe with 25% of your time and attention, you can outcompete me, who's just focused on this thing 100% of the time. And he was like, nobody, unless you're like Elon Musk, and we're not even sure he's human, but he's like, nobody has that level of dexterity and tactility, right? That's the second is, didn't you put like safeguards in place when you were investing in these guys?
Yes, I did. I actually did. I've got personal surety from 4 directors, everything. And the thing is it's like, okay, they're not paying, send them a letter, do this, do that. And now that sanctity of the law thing is biting me in the arse, because my gut feeling was telling me, just pull the trigger, call in the security, and get yourself covered.
But you can't now, they're in business rescue.
Now they've gone into business rescue, now you can't pull the trigger anymore. That's how the law actually protects it. So, but the thing is the signals for me to pull the trigger
were there. Yeah.
Again, the reason why they weren't pulled was because who did I go into business for in the first place? I went into business with somebody that I knew from school that were mates that I was playing golf with. You know what? You don't do that.
Yeah. Listen.
You don't do that.
Yeah.
That's the one thing. Don't do business with your mates.
Not unless you're willing to lose the friendship.
Yeah. So if you're willing to lose the friendship, you can do business with them.
Mates, sorry, I mean, we're just having a
Because
conversation.
mates are those that, like I said, Ray, in the beginning, mates are those that you have not communicated the value to.
100%.
And the price is always the low thing. And what will happen is they will expect this kind of value for the friends
And family.
family discount fee.
Yeah. And also, the other problem with particularly people who've known you a long time is they see you for where they met you, not where you are. So when you were starting out the
Yeah.
business, you had 2-3 people. It was you, the missus was the secretary, and you had somebody at the back helping you with accounting. Now you're at 30-40 people. Your mate still thinks you're the same person running a 3-man shop. And they're going to treat you like you're the same person running a 3-man shop. They're going to talk to you like you're the same person running a 3-man shop. And when you start putting in, this is why for me, the team knows that we don't allow for a single person making critical decisions, precisely because of this, right? That's the first thing I'll say. The second is that I'd be keen to learn from you, and I'm sure some of you guys have had it. You ever notice how mates are also the ones who are the most jealous? They typically are the ones who come in to try and backstab you in the business. Yeah. Well, they'll come in and try to pull information, trade secrets, or something like this. And yesterday I was talking to a friend of mine who was a journalist, and he said something that was so cathartic over the phone. He said, Vusi, there's no such thing as an enemy that's a stranger.
That's
He said,
true.
all of your enemies know you. That's why they are enemies. Strangers can't be enemies. They are more strangers. You
They
don't
don't know
exist
you.
to them, they don't exist to you. The person who's really, really offended at your success, your progress, your growth is somebody you actually know. And the problem is they'll smile at you, so you won't know. It's the guy you grew up, you went to school with, you played the rugby with, and they still see you at the dross and you have the beer, but there was a time when both of you were arriving in Nissan 1400 Buckies. Now you show up in an Isuzu. Now you're in a double cab. God help you if you get a Raptor. Now you're really finished, because and it's human. He's not waking up in the morning going, I really want to be jealous, because what's happening is your success is flaring up his failures or their failures, and it's just completely human. They'll turn, and often they don't even know when they turned or how they turned or what got them to turn.
They didn't want to turn.
They didn't even want to turn. Your success was so offensive that the person who grew up with you becomes your enemy. And it's the hardest lesson to learn in business, which is that they really are levels that you can take people to. Tyler Perry said something, I was listening to one of his talks, it was so powerful. He said, I think about people as a crew that I'm climbing a mountain with. And he said, but all people have different capacities of oxygen. And the farther up we go, some people don't have the capacity for where we're going. And if I take them with me, I'm going to kill them. So I leave them where they're comfortable. And as you scale your business, the hardest thing to do is recognizing when you know somebody, you have a background with somebody, you love somebody, you grew up with somebody, but you, Mariki, you are fantastic at the reception when it's a one-man show. But we're now building a corporate company, you're just not going to cut it. Because we need somebody to say good morning, not hello, and it's it's true, and it's like, listen, I love you, and we want to work together, want to keep you, It's very, very. I find scaling a business is difficult. People are infinitely more complex because you're dealing with something that has feelings. It's not behaving now the way it behaved an hour ago, right? And stuff is changing all the time. Third lesson.
I think third lesson was that, and that's actually a lesson that I'm still learning today, and I think this is a lesson that I can actually teach all of you out here in this industry. This industry, as it is not a thing that just works. It is a living organism. It changes direction, it changes shape, it changes the way that it works a lot quicker than anything else. You must understand when recession comes, it comes over a period. When car prices tank, it comes over a period. Year, it goes from year to year. In 24 to 48 hours, that happens.
Sure.
And a week later, it can go back from here to way up there.
Sure.
And it's something that is continuously changing. And I'm an importer for a specific product in South Africa that I think we did an amazing job with. We did a really, really good job with that product. And I was preaching to my team. I said,
Preaching, I like that.
yeah, they were all sitting there, and then we're looking at it, and it was going good and everything else. I said, guys, you are too heavily vested in this freaking product. This product is running 70% of our business revenue.
Sure.
And I asked them, just imagine tomorrow it's not there anymore.
Sure.
What do you think is going to happen to you? And they're all like, oh no, it can be scary, but don't worry, it won't happen.
Famous last words, eh?
Don't worry, it won't happen. And I was, every month, I mean, look at Gerry over there. How many times did I tell you guys? No, only this. This is what we are doing. So we have, let's call it 4 different products that all play a different role. But this one is now the fan favorite. This is the Coca-Cola. These ones are Fanta and
Sure.
Sprite and whatever.
This one's the Pamela Anderson.
Yeah. So
You remember Pamela?
yeah. So everybody is waiting on this, but we are selling some of these. And I was telling them the whole time, you need to balance out. You need to do some Fanta, some Sprite, some, Diet Coke and some Coca-Cola just to level it out a bit. And they didn't listen. And I was pushing and they didn't listen. You know what happened is the next day, everybody decided, no more Coke, no more Fanta, no more Sprite, no more nothing, now we go Red Bull. So what happens? I have a whole bunch of Coca-Cola on the shelf, I have a whole bunch of Sprite, Fanta, everything. Now they go, listen, Heine, people don't want that stuff anymore now. They want Red Bull. Go buy some.
Sure.
So I think one of
So
the
what
big
you
thing-
do?
Well, what I do, we have to now try and get the market onto Red Bull because that's what the market wants, or they want water, or they want wine, or they want beer, and we're sitting with soft drinks over here. So what I did is we were sitting on this and looking at what do we need to liquidate, or what are we actually going to sell, and we stretch it over a period of time and just get the other products in to service the market. But what happened is the next stuff that came in was so much better than what this is, that now this is not really moving that fast. So I think one of the biggest lessons I've learned from this is that when you see something happening, don't just warn people about it in your team. Make the frickin' decision yourself to starve them from what that thing is that they are investing so much into.
Sure.
That when it dies, it doesn't end up taking you with it. Because that nearly took me with it. It was really...
Was that bad, really?
No, it was bad. It was that bad. You and I will have a private conversation about this someday when we're done with our 7 hours. But it was really... And it's taken so much out of me from doing that recovery. And the time that it's taken, that I had to shift my focus again back into working in my business and not on my business. Now I'm back at the place where I can work on the business because I've managed to get all of this in the right place. But I'm definitely not making that mistake again to just warn. What we do now is in my team, we have meetings, we have discussions, and I tell them, this is where I see the market is moving. And then they come to me and they say, oh, this is great. We need to go balls to the wall on this. And I said, no, hang on. We'll grow with the market. We are not.
Does your business really move and change that fast?
Like insane. You can ask them.
So guys, how do you do long-term planning in a business that changes so quickly? So today's long-term plan is tomorrow.
Yes.
That's the plan.
It's the trade-off between, you know, capturing that growth and capturing that market and sort of making yourself too big that you go bang. Because the industry has very much gone in sort of waves. And if I look at our business specifically, we've switched between residential and commercial as our focus. We've been in the industry, we started the business in 2008, formalized 2010. And the graphs you're putting on the presentation, Hein, that's how we were selling in 2017 to 2019. And then 2020 is when...
But you see, you have been selling like that since the beginning. So what has happened is you now have customers, or not customers, you now have clients. Clients that are advocating for you because there was value, because they bought into the value proposition, where you didn't go on, oh, here's the quote situation. So you have actually built a marketing team that you didn't even realize you had.
Sure. The most expensive one, which is customer voice, right?
Customer voice, yes.
Sure. Sorry, carry on.
You also have to look at where the focus of the market is. Last year it was very much
residential.
Batteries for backup and load shedding protection. And now it is, what's my return on investment? It's more on the solar panel side.
Yes.
You're looking at efficiency of systems.
Yeah, I mean, we were selling, when I got into the game, we were selling, I think, 220 watt solar panels. And then that went to 250 and went to 275s, and then 300s, then 330s, then 360s, then 400s, then 450s, then 500s, 550, 575, 600. We're at 700 now in the same frame size. And the thing is the technology is just moving so quickly.
And the cost is going down.
The cost is going down. Because you want to hear the joke. I mean, Harry talks about this. So here we go. See that piece of glass over there?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, the ceiling is now 3 meters. So let's take it at 2.4, if that was the glass. So what we have is a piece of glass with solar cells in between, with a frame, aluminium frame. That's 2.4 meters by 1.1 meters. That's the size of it. And the cost of that is 1,100 rand. You put a rock through that window. There's no way you're replacing that for 1,100. That's just glass. Here you are buying glass, cells, glass, aluminium frame, and it generates electricity. That's how low the cost of solar is at the moment. Because that's what it is. In its rawest form,
it's crazy, man.
It's 2 pieces of glass with solar cells in between with some bus bars over it, with an aluminium frame with 2 connectors on and a piece of cable, and it can generate electricity. That's just a piece of glass.
What was the watt price back in 2016? Wasn't it like 19 rand a watt?
First time I got in, I was buying panels for 9 rand a watt.
What are they now?
250.
And it's going to keep going down?
I think we've more or less reached factory bottom cost price where we're at now.
What drove it down? Has it just been supply?
Yes. What happened is they built capacity in China like crazy, and now they have to keep those factories running. So now they're running basically at cost just to keep the factory going.
Yeah, because they need
and
to
pushing volume out.
Yeah. And then my last scale question for you if you were any of our audience members sitting here and you were to leave here with like, this is the one thing I'm going to do, what would that be?
You shouldn't ask me that.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Huh?
I mean, I'll share what mine is, but I'm asking you.
Well, for me, it's always been, it's like, you know, I've never been a price guy. I've always been a value guy. I mean, I do solar at my house. I do solar at our businesses. I do electrical work at my house. I've got a plumber that comes to my house. I've never used the cheapest guy. Never. Never ever in my life. Because the thing is I like the guy that I can phone and say, listen, yeah, I've got a problem, toilets are blocked over there, or this is wrong. Go and sort it out. He knows where my house is. He can drive there. He can get there. Just watch out your...
Yeah. Sorry, it's something I want to share with you guys.
Yeah.
They're just sorting it out.
He can come to my house. He's already familiar. He knows exactly what he's doing. I know when he leaves, the problem's going to be fixed. And I know that when he sends me the invoice, it's going to be reflective of the work that he's done. So I am a value guy. That's I've always been a value guy. I need to understand that I don't mind what I pay for something as long as I can see the value.
Yeah, you're willing to pay a premium.
I'm willing to pay a premium if I get the value out of the premium.
Yeah.
There's no ways I'm paying a premium for something that's not worth it.
I understand that.
But you can communicate that, because here's the thing. So let's talk about how you and I got to, I mean, we know each other from elsewhere. Why are you standing here and not others?
Because I know.
Because you are not the cheapest speaker there is guaranteed.
I'm the most expensive.
You
for sure.
are the most expensive.
No. Like, but like by a mile, by a
But
country
yet
mile.
again, on his website, there's no pricing.
I don't discuss price. So I mean, look, I
By
can share
the
with,
time you're done looking at his website, you go like, I don't care what it costs.
I'll pay the price.
I'll
Yeah.
pay the price.
Yeah. So I mean, but we've also learned the hard way. A customer that talks price up front is not going to buy. And if they are, we don't want to do business with them. That's what I was sharing earlier, because they're going to be a headache. They're just going to be absolute just imbeciles. I'll tell you, it's a true story. I got booked. This is back in my price days. And I get booked by this lady to come and do this event. And this is just one of the stories, but I remember it well. To come do this event in Zambia. And my people sent her a tech rider, you know, just make sure he's in a decent hotel, et cetera, et cetera. And I arrive, and this is not the Zambia of today. It's the Zambia of kind of like, 12, 15 years ago. It was a different time and a different place then. So I arrive in Zambia. They pick me up at the airport. And I should have known getting into that skadonk that this was going to be a special couple of days. And they take me to this hotel, and I'm not kidding. It's like this decrepit, falling apart bed and breakfast. The pool. Look, I mean, they put acid and chlorine in pools so that nothing lives in them. But this pool could have been an aquarium, right? Just green, full of all sorts. And my room is right next to the pool. You open the window, and there's this beautiful, fantastic stench coming into the room. And I remember vividly, Heine, waking up the one morning and thinking to myself, I'm going to go take a shower. And you know those showers that are on the bath? Yeah? Yeah, so I pulled the curtain, yeah, and right there on the bath was, without question, still to this day, holds the record for the biggest cockroach I have ever seen. And the cockroach looked at me almost to say, what the fuck? Like, what do you want? Right? So, and what's interesting is, between then and now, my price has probably gone up 800, 900%, maybe 1,000%. Business is up 20, 30x, even in that same market. Because what happened was, when we changed our price, we changed our customer profile. There's always a customer who can afford what you're willing to sell. You've got to figure out a way to talk to them, and they've got to figure out a way to trust you. And if they get the sense that the thing you're offering is at a price point they can't trust, even if they can afford to pay more, they won't trust you to offer more. That's why nobody walks into a Hyundai dealership looking to buy a Lamborghini. And if you walk into a Toyota dealership or into a Lambo dealership and tell them that Toyota's cheaper, Lambo will tell you,
Go buy a Toyota.
go to Toyota, right? It's interesting how, guys, as consumers, we understand these like very basic rules, right? And then what happens is, I don't know, what's the date today? September 10? Right, for us, is it September 13?
12.
12, there you go.
Tomorrow's 13th.
So tomorrow's going to be Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you, we had, so for us in our business, kind of February, March is big season, but our peak season is now. It's half of August, all of September, half of October. I write a third of my revenue for the year over this period of time. So the conversation I'm having with my own sales team. We've got a live running WhatsApp group. Every single day, every conversation, every trade gets discussed. This customer, this. And my head of sales had sent me something. This customer's like, oh, you definitely want to work with them. And then I had my security people went online and checked. And this customer has defrauded people all over the world. There's cases pending in Australia. And so I said to my head of sales, I said, listen, I know her target this year on year, this month to last year, is 30% up. So we'll write 30% of our business over this period, and our target is 30% above what it was last year. And I still said, hell no will we be doing business with these people.
That book I'm reading right now also says you must understand one thing. You are who Google says you are.
That's a true story.
That's the one thing. It doesn't matter. People can talk you up. The moment you look them up online and you see bad reviews, something bad about it, there's no ways you're doing business with them. Even if you sit and you can hear everybody rave and talking about the best person in the world to do business with, and they're great, if you go read up and see that they've defrauded you, even if you go sit there and they are super convincing,
you're still not going to.
You're still not going, because something's going to tell you something's not right.
And sorry, just something else to remember, right, is just in exactly with this. There are some risks that's your risk. Then there are some risks that's an association risk. So for instance, I'll give you an example. Let's assume you keep, 35,000 Rand 5-star box in stock. You have it on your website. And then there is an article tomorrow that comes out on IOL or the Star, and it says that there's a family somewhere not too far from here. The house caught fire, family, children, all burnt. And by the way, the fire was caused by an inverter. The inverter was 5-star. Then I come, and I'm busy talking to you, and you are selling me this thing.
Oh, no.
You see what just happened? Just the association risk alone. Because now what I'm doing is I'm questioning your judgment on everything. Everything. So ultimately what it comes down to, for me, is your reputation is something you protect. And if protecting reputation in the short term costs you revenue, protect reputation. Because reputation is your sustainability in business, right? And I think what a lot of us forget to do is to price in the cost of poor reputation. Yeah, no, that he was.
The one thing that I can also say is the thing is there are people out there that's willing to do the premium business.
Sure.
With the premium customer.
Sure.
The problem is, and this is a question I'm going to flat out ask, are you too lazy to go look for them because it's too easy to go do business with the price guy? Because the easy thing is the price guy has got the 35,000 Rand quotes and he calls you because it's easy, because you're not selling, you're taking a call. So you order taker. And the question is asking, so I've got 35, are you willing to go 34? And then you go, yes. What are you doing? You're devaluing yourself to get there, because you're an order taker that is out there just competing on price. Because why? Too lazy to go find the premium customer that's willing to spend the 7 hours with you, that you can actually get that done. So the thing is about sales is you have to actually be willing to go out there and sell. Because if you're the guy that's just firing out a Facebook photo and a post and whatever and sitting back and waiting for your phone to ring, it's not going to happen. Let me tell you, you get some business, you'll always compete with people on price, you're never going to grow. If you are out there and you've got a sales team that has got targets to meet and they have got KPIs to meet and they have to go and get this, and mind you, your sales talk, every one of you guys sitting here that's our customers has got a number on your head that your salesman, that we allocate to those salespeople, that we feel that the value is there. The thing is they need to extract that value out of you, but if you're not extracting that value out of the end client, what's the point? Because ultimately you are our salespeople, because you are the one dealing with the end customer.
Sure.
And that is why days like these are there, that we want to help you grow and do that, because I know I can close somebody. I think that every one of you can actually close somebody. The thing is are you going out there to close them, or are you sitting and waiting for the phone to ring? Or are you going to say that, oh, it's too much effort to close this guy and sell value to him. Let's just give him the same price, and at least I can have like a McDonald's cheeseburger tonight because I made like $100.
Can I share a quick example with you guys? I was on the phone last night with a client, big US client, and they trying to get me in to do like this. They've got a series of conferences they're doing in the US. And so they're trying to get me to come and speak at these conferences. And I know they want me there. They know they want me there. But now we're having, the contest. And what they're trying to do is to convince me that they've worked with all these other unbelievable, amazing speakers, and it would be a privilege
For you to be
for me to speak there. I'm like, piss off. I know Grant. I know Tony. I know Simon. I know these guys. Okay? They're just guys. Let's be clear. But that's their trump card coming to the meeting. So the conversation starts, and their price point is 0. My price point is retail minus fokol. And I don't care about the fact that you'd want to book me in 12 different states for 16 different events. I'm not offering you a bulk discount. It's retail minus fokol. Do you see the disparity? So this conversation is going on. Americans, like, you'd be really privileged to be here, and then they open the meeting and they show the video and they've got this guy and that guy. And I go, this is amazing. I asked them one question. Here was my question. I said to them, tell me the worst speaker experience you've ever had. And it was one of the guys they showed in the video. I won't mention who he is. They were like, well, this guy was just impossible. Showed up late all the time, never prepared, kept swearing while he was on stage. We have a Christian audience. That's a bit of a problem down here in the South. And then they kept going. And then when they were finished, and I said to you, what's it worth for you to make sure that you avoid that experience? Right. That's my fee. You want to have the experience again? Go for it. Hundreds of other guys out there. You can get them for less, but I can guarantee the reason you called me all the way down here in the darkest continent on the southernmost tip is because the people who told you I can do the gig know I can do the gig. They've put their reputation on the line. My fee is the cost, it's the cost, it's the cost. So and I said to them at the end of the call, I said, you can either have a cheap event or peace of mind, but I can't offer you both. On the drive here, the email came in. Well, very nice. You see, so I think sometimes it's really just about understanding where is that customer psychologically, where are they?
Why? Because you know the value.
Yeah, but sorry.
They don't want to get to that value.
Yeah.
And what happens is you just need to have those words to convince them.
So what I did,
because you know it, you just have to show it.
So what I did, and I recognize your hand. Here's what's important. I shifted the conversation from price to value. The customer will always talk price. It's the nature of customers to talk price. It's the nature of you as the supplier to shift it from price to value. I don't know value as a customer. It's a 35,000 Rand box. The electricity goes off. It's going to come on. Your job is to go, yes, but let me tell you about... And so if those guys, you can imagine, we're having a conversation based on my lifestyle, my needs, my wants, and shifted the conversation not from the cost of this thing, but from the value I would get, suddenly the cost doesn't look like a lot of money. It's basically that graph that you showed, but just using words instead of numbers. Like, what's this thing worth to you? Is it worth my fee? And if it isn't, that's okay. Go find somebody else. But in my business, we're like, this is the thing, it's the thing, it's the thing. It ain't going to move. But I can guarantee that we're going to deliver on the goods. Now, you are happy to take the risk. And of course, you might understand, as I'm sure you do, if they're putting together, just go to my, in fact, I'll jump in now. I want to show you guys something which I think will be cool for this. No, I don't need the clicker. Oh, actually, I do need the clicker. Put it here. Sorry. But what I'm saying is you might understand that if I don't shift that anchor from price to value, you go into a meeting, they've already pre-discussed, they're having a conversation, it's a price thing, let's convince him, yada, 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 he's just an African, he would love to be here. And they always try to sell you exposure. I don't need exposure. I've got over 6-7 million followers on social media. Trust me, we're good, right? So what I did is I went into the meeting anticipating what assets they would try to use against me and knowing exactly where I was not going to be moved. And there is something about a blind arrogance in a sale. When you are just so arrogant on the product you offer and the price that you offer, that the customer thinks this guy's either crazy or intelligent, I'm not sure which one it is. Typically, they will default to the latter. So you must know something I don't know for you to charge me what you say you're going to charge me and be able to stand on the pulpit and say, I defend this price. Have a price argument? You can have a price argument. I'm terrible at it.
They'll leave there and go, I must be missing something.
100%, which is exactly what happened.
So the key is what I always say is when you leave the meeting, you need to leave them thinking.
Yeah.
What's wrong with this oak?
Yeah.
What is the reason why he's there? You know, and there must be something that he's doing. How can he be so much more than what the others are? The thing is, if you send them quotes, they go like, okay, now this oak is just mull.
Can I just say, by the way, there's a little bit of genius there. So let me explain. If you remember when I was growing up, there used to be this gum called bubble gum. Mm-hmm. And it was marginally more expensive than Chappies. Mm-hmm. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're bubble gum to Chappies, you're always going to be compared to Chappies. But if you come in at Stimmerol prices, none of you here have ever gone to buy those Stimmerols, right? Or those other expensive ones they sell at the Dischem Isle of Sin, and gone, yeah, but a Chappies is a bit cheaper. Because the reference doesn't hold.
Doesn't.
Sometimes what happens is you set a price at a level, people won't associate the price you're charging with the competitors that they think are your competitors. Because the difference is like, this guy must be stratospheric. You know, it's like if I've got 3 kids, it's the cost of an OBGYN. Gents, I'll explain later. All of you here have kids, you know what I'm talking about, right? You see it on your medical aid certificate, you're like, yo, they cost a lot of money. Or those people that come in with that needle the size of a panga, right? And they stick it into your lady's back so that she can give birth. Ladies, if you haven't, you're in for something. And stick it in like the needle. What are they called? Anesthesia. She comes in with a needle.
Epidural.
Yeah, epidural. She stabs you and then she fucks off. But she's going to charge you like 20K for this. You're like, yeah. I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, but I could have injected this thing. Right? But she had to find like the perfect point in the spinal cord and it was just there and not hit the tissues. And all of that is the communication of value to change the conversation from price. Spinal cord, I definitely don't want to be playing around with. So let's get somebody who can do this right. So you've got a question, and then I just quickly want to share something with the guys. Yes, sir?
The solar coaster, yeah.
I just think it's difficult for us, for a customer that is not well informed, what the difference in quality between systems are. You know, I look at 3 white cars here. We all know what each one can do. They all brought somebody to this premises, but differently, I suppose. But I look at a system over at Bright's, the solar system. I know the system on your roof. And at the end of the day, it's very difficult for the public to understand what is the difference. Sure. You know, and we find that, so you get a typical customer that's really interested, he manages his system, he looks after it. That's a perfect customer. But then you get someone that installs it, he forgets about it in a year, 2 years later, the system is not working. So I feel it is, for you to present for an hour, Vusi, you know, it's very easy to measure the output, the impact. At the end of the day, your 35,000 Rand solution worked for 5 months. You know, it did what it did. And that is difficult in our industry because it is just electrons that flow at the end of the day. And
can I add something to this? I don't agree that it's difficult, and I'll tell you why. It only became difficult because nobody had told me what was going to happen after 5 months.
Exactly.
If somebody had said to me, hey, by the way, if you put the solution in, you don't have guaranteed tenure, you have no warranties. I mean, I'm interrupting you, but I'll let you finish. What I'm saying is that would have shifted how I would have looked at the whole thing. That wasn't even in the equation, wasn't in the conversation. So one of the things you've got to figure out to do when you sell something that has what is called inherent benefits, this is a benefit that's not immediately apparent, is you have to take the responsibility of amplifying that inherent benefit. I was at, so let me just finish this and then I promise I'll let you finish. I was at, where was I? I was in London recently, and I went walking about on the Piccadilly area. And I'm a watch guy, I like watches, and I saw this Audemars Piguet store, so I walked into the store. And you know they've got the front door, then they've got the other front door. Right, you can't just come in, right? And so I come in and I'm trying to get past, and the security is like, no, you got to wait. He made me wait. And I'm looking and there's nobody inside the store. So eventually he opens the door and then he says, please sit here. Now, I'm used to, I imagine most of you here, you know, you walk into Swatch, you look at the watches, then you walk out. Just sit here and wait. I'm sat here. Here are the watches. The watches aren't going anywhere. And then a sales consultant comes to me, and the conversation about watches hadn't even started. And she was already sizing me up. She was looking at what I'm wearing. She was talking about where am I from, why am I in town, et cetera, why am I in this specific store, have I gone to any other store? So she's trying to benchmark and base where I'm at, right? And even listening to stuff like, am I going to say it's an Audemars Piguet or an Audemars Piguet? Do I know the correct way to pronounce it, right? Have I got a particular range in mind? And she's doing all of this just in conversation. By the time she takes me to the watch, we're not just looking at a piece of glass that has a clock. The conversation is now shifted to value. Then what she does is she go into, this is the background of the watch, this is how we engineer it, so she amplifies the inherent features. Whereas for most people, they'd be like, nice watch.
Japanese culture is you don't discuss business on the first meeting. It's literally what they do is they first find out and who you are and how you work and gauge and gather information from it before the business discussion actually happens.
Sorry, I interrupted you. My apologies.
You're talking about jewelry there. You don't talk about the switch, but I think for our business, the most, you know, apart from the engineering, quality installation is service.
Sure.
But that's value.
That is the one thing.
That's the one thing that's value.
Yes, and I think, Heine, you know, sitting here, this is what Herholdt does. You know, they sell a product at a good price, but they offer excellent service. You know, we are sitting here in an environment where you offer a service to us, and that forms part of the package. So for us, service is most probably, especially after sales service, it's a very long investment. If a phone rings on a Friday night, there's somebody out there to fix it.
Can I amplify that? So if for me, that level of service is my differentiator, I'm not going to say that to my customer. I'm not going to say, hey, my differentiator is service. What I am going to say is, what's it worth for you knowing that if you dial it on a Saturday, you know, in the middle of the rugby game and there's an issue with your solution,
That I'll be here.
I'm going to be here.
That's the communication.
Because service is a word that goes on a leaflet.
Yeah.
Well, we offer service. Jeez. Maverick offers service. Not that one. But, you know, they offer service. I'm not quite sure it'll help you sell panels, but they offer a service. So what I'm trying to say is, maybe let me say it in a more simple way. You have to figure out the psychology of your customers and talk to them like people. Not
Find
like
them where they are.
Yeah, not like vendors. No, well, we have best service. What does that even mean? I'm the best price. I'm not the best price. But what I am is value for money, given all the things that I add on a per kilowatt basis, per kilowatt hour basis.
Nobody can beat me.
Nobody's going to beat me. I might be cheaper. I might be more expensive in terms of what you're looking at, but you're not adding this and this and this and this and this. I guarantee it works. Shift the conversation from price to value. Otherwise, then just play the price game. And as we said earlier, that vortex is down to zero, right? That vortex is down to zero.
So Claude, you all know that we've got our service centers that does the repairs on the inverters. We don't sell the, we've got somebody that can repair it, because that means that you're selling something that's going to break. What the value add is you say that anytime you need something, I've got 26 technicians on the line that can take your call. Doesn't matter what it is, if it's about a setting, if it is about anything like that, no matter day or night, this is what it is. on a Sunday, the rugby game. You don't watch rugby, we do. But call during the rugby game, I'll pick up the phone. Or one of my service techs will pick up the phone. It's that value about, oh, you know what? Something goes wrong. Guess what? I'll send somebody around with a loan unit.
Sure.
We'll install it. Don't worry about it. When it's sorted out, we'll come and replace it again. It's all there. So once you are adding that value, the value is that you are adding is guaranteed zero interruption, guaranteed 24 hours there when you need me. Not.
I thought I'd share this. By the way, I was told Heine said to me, it was like, please foresee no presentations, right? No slides. But this I thought I'd share with you guys. So if you want to think about, for me, when we leave here, like, what are the things we should actually be thinking about doing? We use this when we help clients scale their businesses. It's like doing these 7 simple, they're so simple. That usually what happens is people see it, they're like, yeah, like, that's so basic. But have you done it? Right? Like, you know, it's the difference between knowing you need to go to the bathroom and then actually waking up middle of the night in the inconvenience of the cold, walking halfway across the house and going to the bathroom. There's a big difference between what we know and what we do. So here's the fundamental question I'd ask of you guys. If you think about these things from this end to this end, how many of us here have actually done client segmentation? Just in this room. Because otherwise, if you haven't done the client segmentation, the presumption is the client is a client is a client. And then what happens is you're going to let the client tell you who they are rather than you segment who they are. So what should happen is you should have 3 different client levels, minimum 3. You can stratify it even more, but you should have 3 different customer segments. And what determines the customer segment are 3 things. The first is what value you're going to offer that customer. Now notice it doesn't say price. It says, what's the value proposition? So I've got these 3 different types of customers. And by the way, it's a client segment. It's not a market sector. So you can't say residential. Can't say commercial and industrial. That's not a customer segment. That's a sector of the market. In the residential space, who are the customer segments you talk to? The way you know you've defined a customer segment is what I tell my team the 8 o'clock on a Friday night test. You should know what that customer's doing 8 o'clock Friday night. Now that means you've got to immerse yourself in their lives. You've got to understand their psychology, where they're at. How many of you can say, yeah, you know, if I look at the past 50 clients I've dealt with, if you asked me, where do I think they were on a Friday night, 8 o'clock, I'd tell you. Which tells me you know the customer as a customer number. You don't know them as a person. So we haven't thought about this. Just the client segmentation. Basic exercise to do. And what I'll do, Hein, when we're done here, I'll send you this. At the bottom, there's a link. If you click on it, it's got a template you can use to plug this stuff in, and it'll give you what the customer segments kind of look like. So customer segment is not a number. It's not a product. It's the person. And for that customer, what's the value we're going to offer? And how am I going to build sustainable customer relationships? And to be clear, WhatsApp isn't a CRM system. Email is not a CRM system, right? So how am I going to build sustainable customer relationships? So I know who my customers are. I know what value I'm offering them. I know how I'm going to build customer relationships. Then, even if you just stop at the next part, which is how do I deal with them every day and how do I train my people to deal with them every day? What we call client-facing processes. So what happens, we see that a lot of this happen, especially with owner-led businesses. You are the business, you understand the business, you run the business, you're driving the business. So actually, you know this stuff, but it's here.
Can't be there.
It can't be there, and I'll tell you why it can't be there. Here's the litmus test for all of us when you leave here today. Could you take 90 days from your business? If the answer is no, I've got news for you guys. You're not a business person, you're self-employed. Big, big difference. I mean, nice life, nice car outside, but you're not a business person, you're self-employed. You are in groot. Because the minute the self is not there, there's going to be issues. And the problem with being self-employed, and I know because I've been there, is you are every problem every day, all day. It's what you were saying earlier, right? And there was a time, certainly in my life, Monday between 8 and 9, I'm director of sales. Then between 9 and 11, I'm HR. Because there's always some guy who went and had a babalas. Now I've got to deal with this, right? Then, you know, between 11 and 12, I'm marketing. That tells me immediately, classically, you're self-employed. So what you should be thinking about is, who am I dealing with? What's the value? How am I going to manage those client relationships? And how do I train my people to know the client-facing processes, not at sales, at every client-facing stage? So your finance person should be trained on how to deal with customers when they are good paying customers and defaulting customers. And I think what a lot of us do, Hein, a lot of entrepreneurs, we make this mistake. We make the assumption that just because I'm running next to Hein, I therefore run like Hein. So what you're actually saying is, oh, my people watch me work every day. They know how to do it. No, they just watch you work. You know, you could watch Michael Phelps swim. Doesn't mean you're going to. Yeah, you're not going to gold medal at the Olympics on swimming. That's not going to happen. So I promise you, ladies and gents, it's just sometimes about taking the time. What you said, work on the business. Just take a step back, then go. If I were to look at my business as a consultant to myself from the outside, and I were to tell myself on how to train my people, even if it's just 2 of them, to do these things, just this one, this one, this one, and this one, what would I tell them to do? Then you look at the major customer touch points. If it's returns, what's the returns process? And then you train your people on it. There's an old expression in the American military. They say there is no such thing as a bad soldier, only terrible generals. If you have bad people in your team, the problem is you. It's not them. And the reason that's true is because either you're not training them or you're not firing them. But either way, the accountability comes down to you. So, if you're smiling there, some hard truths, eh? Yeah. I mean, I can tell you, I've shared this with Hein. He knows I've had to fire family members. Family, you know how tough it is to fire family members? Because, you know, once you employ family, what happens is the board meetings change from the boardroom to the house lounge when mom's cooking Sunday lunch. And mom makes herself chairman of the board. So you can take whatever decision you want. When you come home Sunday for lunch, mom's sitting you down and asking you to account for things. But mom doesn't understand what's happening in the business, the P&L, the pressures you're facing, the fact that you may have missed a single return cycle of VAT because you don't have the cash flows. She doesn't know, she doesn't care. What she wants to know is, but how are you treating your brother so badly, eh? Because the little puss went and complained. I mean, but he's not telling her. He's showing up to work Monday at 11 o'clock in the morning. He's half drunk. He's not dressed properly. And then every time you try to put him in a disciplinary, he says to the HR people, you can't discipline me. This is my brother's company. He's not telling her that story. And so sometimes
my name is on the front door.
Yeah, exactly. So if you just as you leave here, understand exactly what your customers say. So again, I can use us as an example. We have specific customer segments. When Hein calls me, there is a particular place in the customer segmentation he falls into. Specific way we have the conversation, specific way that gets handled. And it's never static. It changes all the time. It's different now to what it was a year ago. In fact, there are some changes we're making now because there's certain things we realize we do that we just shouldn't be doing. So you just change them. Constantly listening and letting my customers tell me, this works, this doesn't work. But at least I have a segment for those customers. Because then the other thing I'm able to do is I'm able to tell my growth and my decline, not by product, but by customer segmentation. And what does that do? That feeds how I do my marketing. Right, because if I measure my growth by product, I'm going to sell product. But if I measure my growth by customer segmentation, I'm going to sell on value. Because I know the guys who are buying, these are the things they're looking after.
We went through a big customer segmentation thing now, and we have created these 5 personas.
Nice.
So what happens is it's called Steve, or
Steve, like the F&B guy.
Whatever. He's got a name.
You guys
But
remember Steve?
we've got his opinion about Herholdt. We've got how much he would spend. We've got, what his likelihood is of spending with us in the future. We've got the pain points, the things that Steve don't like about Herholdt. We've got the things that Steve does like about Herholdt. And what happens is you need to communicate to that guy completely different than the way you have to communicate with Dave.
Sure.
Because Dave has got completely different views and different needs and different pain points. And Dave is also a guy that has less spend, and he's got, more price sensitivity and all of these things. So you've got like all of these personas. So each one of you guys sitting here is somewhere in a persona
So if
inside our business.
if you think about your business, right, and you were sharing with me, people ask you if you catch lightning. I'm willing to bet that you've got different types of customers, and that just immediately off that, you could immediately stratify and segment your customers. Now, let's imagine you wanted to open, 10 other businesses across the country. What you would do is you would look for, in different parts of the country, which is the customer segment that needs what that I offer. Then you go in and you lead with that. I genuinely, I say this with humility, love, and respect. I am fascinated by how many of us run businesses on a coma. Like, and it's like you measure revenue, you measure profit, you measure cash flow. And we just don't do like a simple basic exercise. One of the things doing customer segmentation does, and I don't want to belabor the point, is it also helps you understand when in the life cycle do customers buy. And I always say to my clients, customers don't buy one thing. If you're buying underwear, you're buying socks. If you're buying a suit, you're buying a belt. If you're buying a shirt, you get a tie. Buying a car, you're going to get tires. So what would I do if I'm a person who sells tires? I might want to be next to a car dealership. And a lot of us just don't think about the thing the customer's buying. What else are they buying when they're making that decision? Because it means that in their heads, they're already in the mind space and the psychology of making that decision. So for instance, think about a commercial client or an industrial client that might be putting in an alternative energy solution. When they're making that CapEx, what else are they CapExing on? Because they're not CapExing on one thing.
No.
And so it's an opportunity for you to come into the room, not by the time they talk alternative energy, but when they start with the other CapEx. Maybe they CapEx energy when they're refurbishing their fleet, right? Or changing their accounting system. Now you know, if they're refurbishing their fleet, it's not unlikely they're going to start looking at alternative energy. These guys, if you're running a fleet, you understand asset finance.
Yeah.
So that box is ticked. You understand depreciation, that box is ticked. You understand return cycles, that box is ticked. And it also means you know how to apply for finance and to get finance and to service finance. That box is ticked. Your DD's done, comrades.
So they run a fleet, they understand finance model. You don't go offer them a balance sheet sale. You come pitch a PPA, or you come pitch a finance solar energy solution, because they already understand the finance. They just don't understand the solar portion.
100%.
So all you need to do is you need to communicate the value of the solar portion, because the PPA solution is already there. They already understand the numbers. Oh, this thing pays quicker than what the cars are returning money. Great stuff. When can you start?
Can I just add something else to this? Because you just said something that triggered me. This is so important. Sales and order taking are not the same things.
Yeah, 150,000%.
This is so important. And certainly we had it in the early days of our business where I thought I had salespeople employed. I didn't. I had order takers. Right? And one of the ways you can tell is when the person you have dealing with the sales function, their sales cycle looks like this. A salesperson is going to make the number. If it means they're going to cut off their 10th toe, they're going to make the number. They're going to be on the phone. They're going to be And South Africa, sadly, we have a terrible sales culture here. For whatever reason, salespeople are seen as like smoses, like it's not an honest living, right? Yeah. But when I was starting out in business, I worked in sales. We used to do cold calls. You remember cold calls? Yeah, pick up the phone and phone. It's not going to dial itself. The guy doesn't answer phone again. Right? And then you learned how to have good etiquette, how to talk to people nicely, how to have the phone slammed in your ear and phone again. For every single phone call that went out, it was followed by an email. Because we were wolves. We used to hunt. And a lot of us, I think, let's be honest, we just don't want, because we see hunting as like, oh, it's beneath me. And I don't want to go into that company and ask for the business. I don't want to walk into that place and go, hey guys, I see you're not running any alternative solution. Can I have a conversation with you guys about it? Who makes that decision? What I'm rather going to do is I'm going to wait for them to ask for quotation. But by then, they probably have...
I'm going to hand out flyers and stick them on the car's windows and hope they call me.
I am on the record as having said this, and my team thinks I'm like a dinosaur, because in my team they run these like sales funnels and all, and I'm like, that's all great. At the end of the day, pick up the phone.
Sit in front of the customer.
I'll give you a very recent example, and then I'll hand over to Heine. So in our School of Scale business, so we've got like clients globally, right? And there was a time, for whatever reason, my sales team hadn't gone into the CRM for like 2 weeks. It's a true story. This is actually fairly recent. And there were 3,000 undialed leads. But like from all over the world, leads from like Russia and Brazil and all sorts of things. And so I go into the CRM and I look. I go, why are these leads undialed? They go, no, we sent emails. Pick up the phone. Okay? The lead came in yesterday, you phoned the day before. Email, first of all, you're hoping you didn't get into spam or junk. And second, that they opened. And third, that they give a shit. Pick up the phone. You make the phone call, you introduce yourself, you then say, I'm going to send an email, you send the mail. Then, this is how we were taught in sales. The following morning, you're dialing the customer saying, I've sent the email, have you received it? You can't reach them now, you can WhatsApp. But if we're sitting there waiting for orders, and then all we're doing is we're just emailing, it's not going to work.
Facebooking.
I promise you, don't get me wrong, all these tools are very valuable. But just think about yourself, right? When you want to buy something, you want somebody that looks into the white of your eyes. You want to hear the person's tone of voice, their turn of phrase. You want to actually talk to the person. Just pick up the phone. Just pick up. And, social media especially has made us so, like antisocial now. We treat people as avatars. Just pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. Hey, so-and-so, you inquired about X, Y, and Z. Have you made a call? Have you made a call? I know you still sell, because you and I have sales conversations all the time.
All the time, yeah.
But, if you run a business, that job of being the boss actually just means you're the one who's most responsible for sales. You can have a sales team, but you will never fully outsource the sales function. It's going to need you. At some point, you're the one phoning the customer. At some point, you're the one getting involved on price negotiation. Always, or the one closing. I'm sure you've had it. I know for sure you've had it. And I'm almost certain some of you guys have had it. You ever had that customer that's giving your people a hassle, and then until you phone and they're the nicest person?
I had one yesterday.
Sometimes all they needed was just to talk to the person in charge. Right? That's it. That's it. The minute they spoke to the person in charge, so again, we do sales training in our team, and I was training my team on this, and we call this in our team the Jacob Zuma factor. Let me explain. I've met Jacob Zuma. Unbelievable human being. True story. So humble, so calm, kind. I met him, and I felt like, and when I met him, he was president. I felt like I was the president. That's how much respect. That's what even Helen Ziller was like. Say whatever you want about Jacob. He's an unbelievable human being. Right? And so the reason we call it the Jacob Zuma factor is because sometimes people want you to phone them just so they can get a sense of you. So they're not really hassling your people on price, or they just want to be like, okay, so this is real. You actually exist. Matthew is a real, actual person. He works. His business is a legit thing. He's phoned me, and I've spoken to him. I can't wait to do business with him. Can't wait to do business with him. So it's use the tech, run the ads, do all of that stuff, get the customer testimonials, but it goes without saying. It's your business. You put your foot on the pedal. You get on the phone. You phone, you have the conversations. If you're not hearing no's, then the yeses definitely aren't going to come, right? And a leadership tip is it's very difficult to lead people to do something you're not willing to do yourself, because people watch you first, and then they model what you say. So when you say close deals, are you? When you say make the numbers, you, right? There's some hard truths, but honestly applied, we've seen that they just deliver incredible results. Incredible results. Thoughts, Hein?
I'd like to know if there's any questions specifically that anybody would like to
Thanks,
ask
Harrison.
for.
You can go back to the master slide. Sorry, if I spoke a bit passionately there. Forgive me.
I can tell us a story how you started with solar.
What do you mean?
Borrowing money from your dad for.
You're trying to put me on the spot here. Oh, it was actually crazy. So yeah, crazy ideas. But so when I got involved in solar, it's actually we had this customer that a very small electrical contracting customer of ours. But it arrived there on a, let's say, Thursday afternoon with his bakkie, with a big box on the back and a trailer with all sorts of boxes and long pieces of metal and everything on it. And I said to him, Donnie, what's this? No, it's solar panels and inverters. Where do you get it? Now I drove all the, now this is me in Kimberley. So I was
You were in Kimberley?
I was living in Kimberley at that stage. When
Sure.
I opened the branch there. So
technically, you qualify as previously disadvantaged.
yes, I do.
Yeah.
That is why
Yeah.
I'm doing so well.
I get it. I get it.
Anyway, so I asked him what it is, and he said, no, it's solar panels. And I said, well, where are you getting it? No, go buy it in PE. So he drives to PE from Kimberley and picks it up and comes there. And I sat down with him and I said to him, so wouldn't it help if I had been selling this stuff to you? Yeah. He said, yes, it will be amazing so I don't have to drive. So yeah, it's me, just a salesperson. I don't know jack shit about solar, but I know how to buy something for R1 and selling it for R2. So now I'm on the phone, making calls, getting quotes, getting prices, everything, and I start buying the products and I get it there. And I buy the first pallets of solar panels and he buys it from me and then replenish it again. And he says to me, no, man, you're mad. Why is your solar panel prices, all of last week they were, or last month they were fine, what's wrong with them now? I said, well, it's the same thing. He says, no, but the price of solar panels come down by like 40%. It's everybody else's. This was where I realized, listen, yeah, this is the closest to the computer industry that I'll ever get, because here the stuff just goes down. So I start explaining to my brothers and everybody else that I want to get into this. So we start importing our first containers of solar panels. Stock arrives here. A week later, price dropped by 30%. Sitting with the stock here on the shelf. And you're like, my brother is like, you must understand, I do not get this business. I do not understand it. This is the type of business where you get money first and then you go buy it. You don't stock this stuff. I said to him, I'll get it right somehow. So eventually I spoke to my dad and I said to him, listen here, I want X amount of money to start up the solar wing of the business. At that stage, I should have actually most probably just taken out a loan and done it. Because eventually this was like the cream business that it ended up being. But I mean, in hindsight, everybody's got 20/20 vision. So I started this business and I can remember one thing that my brother said to me. He said to me, Heine, you know what, maybe you're too early for this. What we've done well is in this industry, or the industry that we're trading in, you know, we were selling electrical goods, now we're selling air conditioners, we're selling all of these things, but you catch the tail end of everything. You know that all the problems have been sorted
Sure.
out, and you can make good money.
Sure.
I said to him, but you know what? If you catch the head end of just one thing, it can change your life forever. It's like, no, it's easy. Just check what everybody else does, catch the tail end, and just ride the wave with them. And that was the day I made the decision, hang on, I'm going to try and catch the head end of the solar industry. And I went in like neck deep. You must understand, it's like every time the prices go down, and I decided to take a 10 million rand investment and I stick it into solar. And we sit down in a board meeting, and my dad and I, we would have this discussion. He'd say to me, so what was the revenue for the year? So I said, well, we did 26 million for the year off the 10 million investment. He said, so what are you going to do next year? I said, no, I'll most probably do like 100 million. He looks at me and he says, no, you mull. So next year we sit at the board meeting and we look at the numbers, and it's like, okay, so what was the revenue? So the revenue was 140 million. And he says, what do you mean 140 million coming off 26, 140?
Sure.
And he said to me, that's crazy. So you said 100, well, we couldn't fault you. You did 140, so what's it going to be next year? said it was going to be 300 million. They laugh at me again. Said to me, there's no ways you will turn over 300 million in this business. A year later, we sat down, revenue was 450 million.
Jeez.
And we had a meeting, he said, so what's it going to be? I said, I'm going to be a little bit more, not so aggressive. I think we'll grow like 50%. We'll do like almost 750 million. And he said to me, look, it's a big, you know, you're coming from this short numbers doubling up. Now it's a high number, you're going to go there. And we ended up that year doing our first, I think, billion rand year revenue business. And that was the year when they all climbed out and sold. But it's just showing you that when you catch this head, and don't be afraid of it, you know, because this thing that we are doing, you guys are focusing on installing solar and you're talking about the service, but you must understand is when you sell value, you've got the option of selling a value proposition SLA afterwards, which means you can turn that one-time buying customer into an annuity client.
It's good. It's good.
How many of you guys have now started cleaning panels? There we go.
So they need cleaning?
Yes,
Sure.
they do. Who's doing preventative maintenance? Here we go. This was revenue streams that, who did it last year? Last year. On a 3-monthly basis, preventative maintenance. CNI. Yeah, the rest of the guys were all installing, just blocking down numbers. The thing is when you did those installs, did you actually take those customers, segment them, and understand that?
So good.
I took this customer, I installed the solar system. I shouldn't now just go look for a new one to install. I should look after this one.
I very rarely say this, but I think I might be in the wrong business.
When you are building this annuity business off him from service, maintenance, cleaning, all of that, the next time they stand at a braai and his mate wants to do a solar installation, he must go, you must call this Francois.
It's 100%.
You know why? Because he not only sold me a system, he comes there once every 3 months, checks that it's okay, washes it, do this, do that, production's there, everything's working well. There's a lot of people, and let me tell you, last year, we alone sold 170,000 inverters of one single brand into Ghana. I can promise you now, they're not being maintained. There's a whole market there available for you guys. There's a whole market available from what the opposition, my opposition, sold in a different brand. That market is there. But are you going to go out and go find that market? Because I can guarantee you there's somebody that's willing to pay for that service. Or you're going to sit and wait for the phone for them to call you because you bought a brush and put a photo on social media that you're cleaning panels now. Turn that cleaning into a business that's selling cleaning actively. Look at these guys across the road. It's dirty. You know what? I'll pay somebody to come wash the panels, yeah? Because what happens is every time somebody gets up the roof with a brush, my production goes up by 10, 15%. My savings increase. That's the value that you shall. Not, I charge $100 a panel to wash it. That's leaving yourself in the price game again. Have you made an investment into a solar system? Do you want to capitalize on the maximum return on investment? Give us a call. We will make sure that your system provides the best returns for you. When you get there, do preventative maintenance, do wash, all of that. Don't advertise, we wash.
It's good, That's good. Nothing to add.
While you're on site, just ask him how many of your mates have solar that needs cleaning.
Yes, but not what needs cleaning. How many people do you have that you know that has solar that is not getting the returns that they were promised?
Sure.
How many people do you know that's got solar that are pissed off with what they got, that got done in by somebody, that didn't get what they're getting? Let me go there. Here's the ad.
Yeah, that's true.
Are you tired of did you make a bad solar investment?
Yeah,
Give me a call. We can increase that.
On that, we're working with a company now that we're optimizing systems. They'll be here tomorrow. We can have that discussion with them.
Yeah, we will demo it tomorrow, yeah.
But they're judging like 80% of the installs done in South Africa
Are suboptimal. No. 80% of the solar installations in South Africa are suboptimal. Are not providing the yields that they are, or that they can provide, or they should provide. That is a whole market segment available.
100%.
While people are waiting for the phones, pick up the phone, like Vusi said.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yes.
So I heard you saying that you have sales conversations with Lucy. So Lucy, how do we have a sales conversation with you? And how do I have a sales conversation with you, Hein, as well?
Just pick up. I'm easy. Hein knows this. I'm
Yeah.
easy. I'm happy to give my number to anybody here.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm very easy. We just pick up the phone and get on the line. I mean, I think obviously you've got to be prudent with your time, but I'm also blessed in the sense that I don't work in the part of the industry where I get to interact with riffraff. Right. So the people I interact with are serious people. So very, very easy to have conversations. Sure.
Thank you.
Can I just ask that, obviously, depending on the market, we sometimes as business owners go into survival mode or all of that.
Defense.
Yes, but we want to get to that growth, we want to get to, a good place, and, what does it take? I mean, you built something from scratch, Hein, you as well, we're passionate about solar. What does it take? What is it that we need to keep our eye to be successful?
I could answer that question in a myriad of ways, but I'm going to give you the one factor it takes that nobody admits, but is probably the most important. And it's like two things combined, but you can actually just summarize them. It's luck and timing. Sometimes somebody out there is working twice the hours you're working, they're twice as committed, they're just in the wrong industry at the wrong time. And the luck all of you have in this room, and I'm not just saying that, is your timing is right and you're lucky to be in a growth environment. And there just aren't a lot of markets in South Africa about which that can be said. Here are the facts. In the next 5 years, somebody in this room, one or more people, will be winners. That's determined. It's written into the math. Right? The only question has got to be, how do I make sure that I'm that person? But I think it's luck and timing. I'll let Hein answer. While you do that, can I go to the men's quickly?
Just down there.
This way. All right.
So here's a graph, literally, of what our industry's been doing since I've been in it. So we've been tracking this. Let me do it like this. So let's go and do the graph like this. So let's put 2019 over there. So last year was 2023. So we've got 2024 over here. And here we've got 2030. Okay. So what we have is we literally had this. That's it. That's literally what we're looking at. What happened is there's some of you guys that got in here. Then you went there, and now you're here, and you think the world is ending. And it's a shit show. But it's not. Because what is actually happening is we're showing that the graph is actually doing that. And all we should do is ignore this thing that happened last year, the anomaly. Think about it. If you look at who's been in the business or in the solar industry longer than last year. Okay, so you've been in there longer. So let's rewind. We rewind to 2020. Are you better now than what you were in 2020? Really? Doing better revenue? Everybody doing more revenue than what they were doing in 2020. You know what? The price in 2020 for panels was R6.50 a watt. The price for inverters was way higher. And right now, everything is a third of the price of what it was in 2020, and you're taking the same time to do these installations, but yet you compared, last year I was making 200,000 on an install and making 100,000. What's the question? What did you make in 2020 on an install? How many installs were you doing in 2020?
Even though we feel the demand is low compared to last year, the demand now is still much.
The demand is much higher than what it was. You must understand is nothing can do parabolic constantly. There is no such thing as a graph that goes like this and then goes up and just never stops. Doesn't happen. All you need to do is you need to understand where you are sitting on this graph. Right now, we are sitting in this point. That's where we are sitting. So compared to last year, it looks bad. But compared to 2 years ago, you are actually on the up, and it's continuing to rise. The amount of solar going to be installed in 2030 is immense. It's not going to stop. So we had the biggest amount of panels coming in last year, and then all of a sudden it fell flat. Harry was at a conference where he showed me a picture where one supplier, their volume that they imported into South Africa last month is at the same level as what it was last year during the boom already again.
Sure.
So that's it. I mean, here it is. I can look at the numbers. If you think about it, 60 to 70,000 panels a month still. Geez, I was happy when I started to sell 3 pallets. Hell, there were you guys buying loose modules. Right now, if somebody phones me, they're, hey, I want 12 panels, I want to puke. Buy a pallet. But that's just how it is. If you actually think about it, go extrapolate what you've done. Exclude last year completely and look at megawatts or kilowatts installed year after year after year. And if there's anybody in this room that can tell me they are worse off now than what they were in 2021 or 2022, even with prices being at a third of what it was, you're in the wrong industry, you need to leave. But you telling me that you're worse off than last year? Hell, everybody's worse off than last year. It's like you go, you buy a lotto ticket, you play the lotto, you win it, then that night you throw a massive party for everybody, piss out all the money, and then tomorrow you go, oh, I'm so much worse off than I was yesterday. It's not it. Because last year, you all won the lottery. That wasn't the industry. It was something that happened with a catalyst and everything, all the stars aligned. It was a tailwind with a downhill and a nice car, and you were going. Problem is, now going uphill.
But I think it's good.
Of course it is, because the market shakes out the riffraff. That's what it does. It always shakes it out.
And it's got cycles, 2008, 2011.
To your point, right, the problem with bull markets is that they just invite all sorts of nonsense.
Mm.
So actually market corrections are good for people who are there to stay, right?
I've got actually the best thing, because I actually like Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Like.
No.
Yes, I do. So you know what the thing
Are you
is.
sure you're in Kimberley?
Yes. Not diamond mining. But yeah, I was mining Bitcoins, not diamonds. But how's this? So when I got into Bitcoin, I think Bitcoin's price was 14,000 Rand a Bitcoin. That was when I got in.
14,000 rand, eh?
14,000 rand.
Yeah.
And then it went up to 100,000 rand, and I sold, and I was like, yo, nice. And I was like, why did I sell? You know, back then. But anyway, and forget about the hindsight thing. You know what? Bitcoin's price is at $5,000. Nobody wants it. Bitcoin's price hit $60,000.
Everybody wants it. Yeah.
Everybody's aping in because
Sorry.
everybody's making money on Bitcoin. But you know what? They're hearing that this guy that got in at 5,000, it's now at 60,000. Then they all want to get in. You know, when they get in, I sell. I get out. Then the price comes down and they all go, oh, I have to sell. And then some oaks keep on. And then eventually when it hits 10,000, they all sell. And then I buy. And then you wait. And then it goes up again. Now, here's the thing with what's happening in the solar industry. Solar is like Bitcoin. When the price of an inverter was 60,000 Rand, and the price of a battery was 100,000 Rand, and the price of panels was 6 Rand a watt, everybody wanted solar. Now, inverter, 15,000. Battery, 15,000. Solar panels, 2 Rand 50 a watt. Who wants it? Nobody. Wait until the price goes up. Everybody wants it again.
Sure.
Convince your customer that the best time to invest is now. Because there is no better time than right now. It is literally the best time to invest. You know what? This investment here, next year when the prices goes up, 1 year, 8 months becomes 1 year, 5 months. And then all of a sudden, everybody's going to want it. When everybody wants it, what happens?
Price gonna go up.
Shortage becomes because everybody's buying, price goes up. Price goes up, return on investment comes down. Easy as that. All right.
We're being told to wrap. Any final thoughts, comments, queries, complaints?
I think maybe a question on the people side of things. As you grow beyond a certain point, you have to hire more senior people and keep hiring more junior people. When something doesn't work, how do you figure out where it is? Is it, at what level does it go wrong?
What do you mean by this?
Sometimes it's difficult to tell if it's the manager or the person they're managing.
Or if it's the actual owners not putting, I mean, eventually it's always the owners not putting the right processes, but where do you figure out where the biggest pain point lies?
Are you talking about from running a business perspective? Yeah, I never, I'll hear Hein's thoughts, but I never default to process as the problem. People are.
People.
And the reason I say that is because even if the process is the problem, the person driving the process should have known. Ultimately, when people don't perform, it's one of three reasons. They either don't know how to, right? Don't care to. And for most, it's somewhere in the middle. So it's either a lack of talent, capacity, know-how, or they just are emotionally disinvested and they don't care to perform. And the third one is a little bit less prevalent, but even more insidious, which is that they don't understand what you're trying to build. And there's nothing, could you imagine like if, maybe let me put it to you guys this way. Imagine if they took Rassi Erasmus and made him coach a under-9 rugby team. He'd blow his brains out, right? Because not only of the capacity of where he has the ability to operate, but also because the stuff he does is such big vision, he can't communicate it to 9-year-olds.
To 9-year-olds, yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? And a lot of us have this sometimes in your team where your vision is here, but they have dololo idea. They don't know that you want to grow from 1 to 4 to 5 to 6 outlets, that you want to have, retain a book of 1,000 customers. They don't know these things. And so what typically happens is, what happens when people don't have a sense of the vision of what they're doing is they think the job is just a job. Like, my job is just to make tea or just to phone customers. No, and that is the task, right? But the task takes us to that destination. I've never once defaulted to process being a problem. And sometimes process is a problem, sometimes technology is a problem. We've just been implementing a whole host of technologies across our businesses, but we default to people. Even if it doesn't work, there's always a person I should be able to point. And then I'll share this with you as one last thought on your question. I never, ever allow for group accountability in my business. There's no such thing as group account. If everybody's accountable, nobody's accountable.
Yeah.
Right. So let's be clear, even if your job is to make tea, you're responsible. Right? And if your job is X, then you're responsible. And this is what you find, especially in a lot of like very large companies. You see this in like banks or government departments. What happens is people hide in the woodwork. Right? They join the big company and then they hide somewhere. And you're like, what do you do? No, I'm a secretary.
Where? In some nondescript department somewhere. And nobody cares to look, and nobody does, performance review, and they get inflation +2 every year. And when you run a business, certainly it's been the struggle for me. What I've learned is sometimes the people you bring into your business come from those places with that culture. And then they come into your space, and it's a bit like a cockroach when you switch the lights on. If you ever walk into the kitchen, when the lights are off, these cockroaches run around, Switch the lights on and they freeze. Because they hope you don't see them. That's what non-performers do. They come into your space the minute you shine visibility and you start holding them accountable on a single thing they must do, the first thing they're going to do is just freeze. Because they're going to hope you don't notice. So I always default people, 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 people. The company you want is going to be built by the people you build. So the way it works is like this. You don't build a business. You build people. People build a culture. The culture builds the business. But you don't build a business. And you and I were having this conversation. Have you ever had to fire somebody?
No, that's virtual.
Is that what we're talking about? You've had to fire somebody? Okay. So as you scale and grow your business, I'm going to give you like a nice little green tick to look for. The green tick is to get to a point where you don't fire them, the business fires them.
That's exactly where it works.
Where the culture is like, you see how much lighting is in here? Can't hide in the dark. The culture is so much transparency that if you mess up, you don't have to wait for the boss to tell you.
They just leave.
Yeah, the co-workers are going to tell you plenty. And they're going to make working there unbearable. And then you're going to leave. And then you're going to leave. So for us, you're accountable for X, and anyone can call you out on shit. That's how it works. They call me out on shit. On a Monday meeting, they go, your target was X, you didn't hit it. And then we have that conversation. And if somebody didn't hit theirs, in front of the whole team, your target was Y, what's the story? Then it goes something like, it's been 3 weeks, Are you at work or are you watching Generations? What's the story here, right? But it's clear, it's upfront, it's visible. And often what I've seen is the slackers and non-performers will not stay. They'll very quickly find a reason and they'll leave. And then they say stuff like it's a toxic work environment.
Yes.
No, it's not a toxic work environment. I pay you. You and I have a relationship. It's contractual. You're a grown adult. You agreed. You came in fully compos mentis, all of your faculties, and signed a contract where you committed to do some work and I committed to pay you. I'm meeting my end, meet yours. In this country we have this culture where people try to blackmail you. No, bullshit. There's a gig, do the gig, I pay, you do the gig. And at the end of the month, we reset. Then another month starts. There's a gig, you do the gig, I pay, you do the gig. If I don't meet my end, you're going to hold me up to the fire. So if you don't meet your end, I'm going to hold you up to the fire as well. Build the culture that holds your people accountable. Then you'll begin to see the scale happens better and better and better, because then you don't have to have your finger on all the pulses.
Yeah, one thing that I think what we do is, I've got this saying, Afrikaans saying, is die regte brommer op die regte drol. So you have to put the right people in the right place. And for me, one of the key things that I do is, when we have interviews with people and I'm in my HR department and so on, employ them, first thing I do is make sure they fill in a personality questionnaire.
Nice.
So I need to understand what type of personality this is. If this person is being put into a management position and they are an introverted, one corner type person, it's like a no-go.
Yeah.
You don't employ people for experience, you employ people for what they can do and how hard they are willing to do it. And then you can teach them the job. For me, is one thing is as long as your mother taught you manners, I can teach you a job. I just don't want to be the one that's teaching you manners or teaching you communication skills or things like that. So when you've got that, then and putting the right people in the right place. You've got the social slickers or the yellow personality types. Those guys are great salespeople, amazing salespeople. Just don't give them any admin because it's horrible.
Yeah.
The flip-floppers, they're amazing. They can do, good admin job because, or the muck moppers, who they are, the ones that are, everything's got its place. They're great at admin. But that's just the thing is you have to find the right people. And then you have to also make sure that when they're on a team that the various personalities can work together. Because if they can't work together, you can't put that social slicker and the choleric next to each other because that guy just irritates me, you know, because I'm here to do something. We need to do it now. And you tell him, listen, you're not, I'm holding you accountable. So what? You know? That's the thing, is you need to have these people to be able to work together. So, I mean, for me, it's like Lucy says, it's about people, but making sure that the right people are at the right place. And also, I don't tell them about the job or tell them how to do the job. They need to figure out how to do the job, because they're getting paid well enough to know that this is sales, this is how that works. But I share with them the vision. I don't share with them what's today. I share with them, this is where we want to be. 6 months, 1 year, 5 years. 5 years, that's where we're going to be. You're either going to be with us or you're going to miss the train. So you need to gear yourself to be there in 5 years from now.
Just to jump in with what you said, same with us. When we do an interview, I normally tell the guys on an interview, and I'm not going to tell what the companies do, you're going to work yourself out. The people that you work with, they'll work you out.
Yeah.
This is the culture we've got, this is how we work, this is how we do it. So you'll probably end up leaving by yourself.
100%.
And then I know the people that we employ. We handpick them. So we do interviews, you know exactly where you're going to place this person. Like you said, you place them in the right department where they can perform. And you place them with the right team where they perform. So we've had this culture in the last couple of years. Many people know Tanya does interviews. So if you've got a weak spot, you need to pick up the culture or change the culture to get the right people in the right teams. That person will work himself out.
100%.
And when the bad apple's out, you can already see the difference in it. Then secondly, like you said, I mean, I've seen in most of the guys, normally when the performance goes down, they need some motivation. Like you said, they don't know the vision. So they feel like they're working for something which there's no vision of it. So as soon as you share the vision and motivate, you can see the difference in the teams if they just pick it up and running a little way again. I don't think in the management, some people are owners, they jump in and just feel what people is feeling or seeing. You're just too busy building a company, you don't actually feel your people. So when you jump in and you just start talking to them, you'll probably see what they want and what they need. And like you say, it's motivation, where you're going to end up. That actually might be more.
I mean, sorry, JP, I know we've been on time. I will say this just to help your point. Maybe my experience has been that people have also learned how to interview well now. So they interview well, and then they just show up differently to how they interview. And our whole thing is, so we have this expression, watch the door. We're very careful who we let in, but we will very quickly push you out if you don't fit, right? And it's because it's your culture, right? If you employ 10 people, the aggregate in South Africa is every one person employed supports a family of 5. That means I'm responsible for 50 mouths. There's not one snot-nose walking in thinking they're going to change things. And then I'm sure you've also noticed, JP, you ever notice how it's always the poor performers who want to tell you how to run your business? It's always them. They have the best ideas about how this thing can be done, but they can't change the toilet paper, right? And it's the most extraordinary thing. People come into your space that you've built that functions and works, interviews to join your team, and then presume to want to tell you
that
how you
this
should
is not the right way, needs to change, that needs to change.
I say it as my mother used to say it, vat jou goed en trek.
Well, they tell you at their previous company how good it was, but why are you not doing it?
Oh, that's my worst. My previous company, but you're here. Yeah, 100%.
Why are you here?
Yeah. And when they're at the previous company, they said, my next company. Yeah. That's always the case. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Being hard in an interview, there's nothing wrong with it. Being hard on the people, when you employ them, there's nothing wrong with it. It's like walking away from the job. It's the same thing. So I've always said, I'm just as good as my people makes me.
You must understand that customer engagement is he thinks he's interviewing you. What you should do is you should see that I'm interviewing this guy and making sure that I want to do business with him. You know, try to get to the place where you go like, okay, convince me to come and work for you. Or not in the context of doing the installation for him. It's like, convince me why I must install your solar system. Not, I must convince you why you should need to pick me. you need to convince me that you are worth it to do it. So you sort of treat that, and you can't do that off the 1-liner or 10-liner quotes. You can only do that with the engagement. But when you're doing the engagement with the customers, think of it as an interview. Do I really want to work with this guy? How much hassle is he going to be afterwards? You know, when he comes, that whole price thing and everything, you just go, ja nee, weet jy wat is, ek wil nie vir jou werk nie.
Yeah, sure. Last comment? Anybody? Going once?
Twice.
I'll throw in one comment.
Yes. Go for it.
I've been through to all these branches, giving training there. And I want to commend Heine for it. All these people that I've worked with, everybody, I think was picked for their personality. Because they excellent service, excellent with people, nowhere had I found one unfriendly person.
Sure.
That makes a difference.
Thanks, Brom.
You haven't been to his office, his head office.
No, you haven't been to my office yet.
You'll meet the one unfriendly person.
I'm
the CEO.
I'm the CAO.
What's the CAO?
The Chief Parcel Officer.
Yeah.
I can handle it.
Yeah. Just thanks again for this, Heine. I want to share. I was thinking now when I quickly rush to the bathroom. I want to share something with you. And when I did a couple of rounds with the Herholdt's group, so some of you who work in the business might have heard this. But beginning of this year, I had this amazing opportunity to speak at an event. And I was speaking there, and Sia was speaking there, and the Beast was there, and Cheslin was there.
I'm going to run to the bathroom while you're busy.
Go for it. It was me, Sia, Cheslin, and the Beast. It was an unbelievable event. And then Nick was he'd given a keynote and he was doing some commentator stuff. And I remember asking the guys, I was like, so you guys are like, you must be like best friends. You're the Springboks. You win all the greatest rugby team in the world now, undeniably. And what they said was actually something interesting, which is no, they actually aren't best friends. They are often in conflict, as should be the case. But what they said was, we might not be best friends, but at the end of the day, if you put on that green and gold jersey, I'm going to make sure that if somebody comes for you, I take them out. And if you think about building a business, sometimes I think the mistake we make as leaders is we think people working in the business have to like each other. You got to like each other. I don't need you to sit on a Saturday and go for a bride together. But when you show up at the office on the Monday and it's time to do the work, I need you to know that you're going to be called on to do the best work you can, but most importantly, you're going to be called on to protect each other. Because what often pulls down, especially us business people are still scaling our businesses, what actually often pulls us down is the people who work for you think that the enemy is inside the business, not outside. And so they, gossip about each other, they work against each other, they try to create these little bubbles. And I want to tell you now, if you're a team leader running a team, don't tolerate that stuff, especially if it's from your top performer. If your top performer breaks the cultural rules you've got, get rid of him. Because what they do is they will be a top performer and break the rules, and they will force you to make the decision between money and values. And if your team sees you choose money over values, they will never trust a word that you say. So your team don't have to like each other, they don't have to be best friends, they should fight. That's part of what means build team, right? Means I think that you are an asshole, and you think the same of me, but I respect your ability to be a good asshole. Right? And when you and I show up at work together and we go to the marketplace and we compete, even if I think you're an asshole, when you are in the market, I will protect you and I will work together with you. And often what happens to businesses, especially as they scale, is they just start eating themselves internally. Then it's people climbing over each other. And those are the worst problems to manage. I don't mind managing money problems, but I do mind managing people issues like that. Where so-and-so said this and so-and-so did that. There's no time for that stuff. And I'm sure, as you would have noticed as well, Heine, what actually happens is it comes at the worst time when you're dealing with the worst issues. And then there's this avalanche of people-related issues that you've got to deal with. When you're running a business, people have got to know you're the one who's driving it. You're the one in charge. I used to say to my old team, I'd say to them, please don't forget, I'm the one that dipped into my bond to start this place. If this place goes under, I lose my house. For you, if it goes under, you write a new CV and you go back to work. We have very different things at stake. So you're not going to tell me how I should run this place. And if you think you can run it, please
come.
Go start yours.
and prove from the marketplace. It's always easy to be theoretical when you're not the one on the 25th who's got to make sure salaries are paid on time. You guys know what I'm talking about, because that's our issue, right? Salaries have got to be paid on time. VAT's got to be submitted on time. Provisionals are got to be done on time. UIF stuff on time. And there's so much compliance hurdle. Then some snot-nose comes in and thinks they can tell you how to run the business. Go do it yourself. So when you're building a business and scaling it, don't try to be popular. Don't try to be liked. You've got to be effective. People will respect effective. They don't always respect popular.
Just to jump in there, recently, I think about a month ago, same issue. I thought in 3 of the guys, they can't work together. They keep on, fighting.
Yeah.
For the minutes, you don't have to like each other.
Yeah.
Just do your job. You're
Yeah.
appointed for something specific.
Yeah.
You're appointed. Respect each other. You don't have to like each other. You don't have to ride together. You're appointed to do something specific. So just go out and do what you need to do. Like you said, you don't have to be, they don't have to like you. In our company, we are partners. My partner is the likable one. I'm not the less likable one.
I can see that.
You want things done for you.
Yeah, but it's the worst when you drop the kids off for school and then gotta go raise adults at work. That's the worst.
Yeah, so
That's
like
it.
you said, they don't have to like each other. People don't have to like them. As long as they work together and you pull them in. And let them understand why they're here. What they need to do. 100%. The two guys aren't appointed to do the same thing. He's appointed to do something specific, like a sales guy and an admin guy. They don't have to like each other. Just do what you need to do and work together and give the salesperson the sale and give the admin guy the admin work to do. The company can run.
And just be respectful.
That's it.
Look,
Again, it's like the whole thing now. If you guys notice, people have lost respect. Like, when I was growing up, it was yes, ma'am, yes, sir, yeah,
Ja,
You used to respect people. Now these young kids walk in and they want to call you by your first name.
they want an office job.
My executive team doesn't call me by my first name. They want to call you by your first name. They want an office. Must have an office. They want to tell you what brand of tea they want. Like, you haven't made a cent and you're here dictating terms. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Then they want those nice express lounges. It's just, the culture's very good. And maybe we all are the wrong generation.
But I think culture in South Africa is changing because we've come from a culture that's maybe master-slave type of idea, and now we bring in that to low level out there, which is a good thing. But it's hard to come from that when the biblical context of the Israelites coming out of slavery, it took them 40 years to get to that place. And I think we haven't got that 40 years to it, but it's going through that process where you are raising up those people, which we've got a responsibility to do. So with what you've just said, you leading those people to take responsibility, and exactly as that comes, I think that's a very hard thing to realize where that change has happened and how to do it as well.
Look, I think Continental Time, you need to catch a plane, I think. Eh?
I am, yeah. What time,
Guys.
when are you leaving?
I have still got them tomorrow,
Okay.
and we've got a nice day planned out for them for tomorrow as well. So be bringing some different kind of information to you.
Get in the car with Heine. I forewarn you.
All right. I really, Vusi, it's been amazing having you here. I think there was a lot of value found from everybody here, and thank you again for being such a good mate to come out.
It's all good. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. All of the best with today and tomorrow. And again, I will share my details.
Yeah.
Anybody who needs it. Some of the Herald guys, I've seen before. We've also got my details.